giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh, baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh,
prevention. A few announcements before we begin. We would like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsor Adobe and our gold sponsor Prisma Cloud, Blue Cat and Toyota. It's with their support along with other sponsors, donors and volunteers that makes this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we would like you to make sure that your cell phones are on silent. If you have any question, please use the audience microphone so that YouTube can hear you. And with that, let's get started and welcome our speakers.
Hey, B-Sides, how the hell y'all doing? Excellent. Y'all are here for it. We're here for it. Let's get it, huh? So, my name's Jason. Hello. I formed and co-lead the Purple team at Meta with Cedric Owens, that phenomenal human being right there. The team was officially established back in January of 2022. Before I got into tech, I used to be a touring death metal musician. That was a lot of fun. Doesn't pay well. My tech career has focused on pen testing, red teaming, DevOps, and tool development. I also have several years under my belt as a systems administrator, so I'm old. And this isn't the first team I built. I actually created the corporate red team at Sandia National Labs, which I was able to grow to a size of about 7 hackers before I moved on back in 2019. I was in a Black Hat class yesterday, and some of the folks that are now on the team were there, so it's still going well. They have stickers, so I have one of the stickers from the team, which is pretty cool, and yeah, feel good about that. Buddy?
Hey everyone, I'm Adam. I'm a tech lead for threat intelligence at Meta. My background is significantly less interesting than Jason's. I've been in cybersecurity for about 11 years. I did the first 5 years of my career working in security operations centers in the UK. I apologize for the accent in advance. After that, I kind of got involved in threat intelligence after trying to broker information between clients of the MSSP that I was working for, and joined a Dutch intelligence company for 2 years, went all over the world with them, helping government agencies and large corporations build intelligence capabilities. Then 2019, I jumped to Meta and joined their team tracking financially motivated threat actors. So we've got a hell of a lot to cover today and not a lot of time to do it. So we're going to touch on how purple teaming and threat intelligence is set up at Meta. We're going to introduce TTP Forge, which is the tool we're releasing open source as part of this talk that helps teams test tactics, techniques, and procedures at scale. We'll delve into how Purple Team, Threat Intelligence, and TTP Forge fit in with the wider security teams, and delve into some of our both shared and unique pain points. But then the meat of this talk is going to be on how we use all of that together to respond to sudden changes in threat landscape, and we'll have some demos to show how that looks like under the hood at the end. So what do we mean by sudden changes in threat landscape? And the stuff on the screen happened in summer of 2022, when a group that's tracked as Scattered Spider or Octopus, depending on where you buy your intelligence from, started causing major headaches for large tech companies. And overnight, leadership wanted to know, who are this group? What are they capable of? Have they targeted us? Have they been successful and we've missed it? And they wanted to know answers to that now, because companies within our sector were being popped, and it was in the news overnight. So as an Intel nerd, I'm often expected to peer into a crystal ball and predict the future with 100% confidence. But despite all the resourcing you can throw at it, that's still not a feasible objective. We still get caught by surprise. New actor groups come out overnight that we learn about from incident response teams embedded in different companies, or we learn about them from the news articles and have to build some kind of response. The same goes for when vulnerabilities are announced or proof of concept exploits get released where there's no existing patch for them, and the world has to scramble to work out what the response to that looks like. And I know that's super topical for this conference, so a lot of talks yesterday and today are about the ethics of responsible disclosure. So what we hope this talk does is lifts the curtain on what it looks like for security teams to be on the other side of that and the work that has to go into place when something like that happens. So backing up a little bit, threat intelligence at Meta. First and foremost, there are many intelligence teams at Meta. There's awesome people doing amazing work in everything from anti-scraping, election integrity, influence ops. But the team I'm embedded with is within our incident response function. So we track adversaries that target our employees, our endpoints, and our infrastructure. And day to day, we sit side by side with our incident responders, our detection engineers, and our threat hunters. So by virtue of that, we have a huge tactical and operational focus. We don't do too much on the strategic side. Where our specialties lie is in turning intelligence research and tradecraft into applied security changes in the shortest time possible.
All right, let's talk about Purple, huh? So, as I'm sure most of you in this room are well aware, dedicated Purple teams are a fairly nascent concept in the security space. We're seeing a lot more in the way of red teams that will run Purple team engagements, but there's just not that many dedicated Purple teams. And all of that is to say, there we go, we're not feedbacking anymore. There isn't much of a golden standard at this point, and we're aiming to provide information as part of the general conversation around that topic. And so the first iteration of Purple teaming at Meta was technically done by Chris Gates, a Carnal Onage, shout out to that dude, while he worked here from 2014 through 2015, although this looked significantly different from what we think about when we do Purple teaming today. So the Purple team of today is built as an internal consultancy. So we have customers, deadlines, and stakeholders across the entire company that rely on our deliverables. And taking this approach really helps us to maintain a certain quality and consistency for our outputs, which is really important when you have a variety of customers in different organizations across the world doing dramatically different work. And we spent time right out the gate creating engagement offerings, or a menu, if you will, of the various things that we can do that accommodate a wide variety of needs. In turn, this allows us to work with a lot of different teams and keeps the work fun. So for one engagement, we could be doing something around web, and then the next one could be around infra or mobile or VR. So I don't like just doing one thing, and this really checks that box for me. So if you are more interested in the program side of that, Cedric Owens and I gave a talk at SANS Pentest Hackfest back in November, covering how the team is structured and functions. So if you want to learn more about that, go check out that talk. And above all, a key principle on Purple Team is to align pragmatism with enjoyment. And so what we mean by this is if you have a endpoint detection and response system that isn't detecting basic TTPs, you should not be sitting there trying to develop a sophisticated bypass. Let's learn to walk before we can run, yeah? And at the end of the day, the effectiveness of creating useful adversary simulations depends largely on their realistic nature. Speaking of TTPs, I want to introduce you all to the TTP Forge, which I am absolutely jazzed to finally be putting out. So this is our homegrown tool for Purple teaming at Meta. This tool is going out live a bit after the talk as free and open source software. So I really hope you all get the chance to check it out, see what you think. The primary goal of the TTP Forge is to simplify the process for engineers with diverse backgrounds to test and build detections and preventions. And we're able to accomplish this by simulating malicious activities using building blocks described with YAML. You can think of it as Legos, effectively, you can stack. And we use this to automate and execute TTPs. To give you a sense for how the TTPs look, this particular image here is going to be a part of the demos a bit later, but it's part of a TTP that steals secrets from the AWS Secrets Manager. And as mentioned by Adam, we're going to be doing some demos towards the end of the talk, so stay tuned, yeah?
So like every large company, security doesn't happen in isolation. There's a lot of teams that plug into threat intelligence in Purple Team. But while putting this deck together, it's like palpable that we're a security-rich company, and we can appreciate that not all companies are in that position. A lot of the teams that we plug into may exist in a single person, or may, in worst case, exist in less than a single person. And that's been one of mine and Jason's drivers for releasing TTP Forge, is to put the research of a large function like ours into the hands of the community. So if you're on your own facing this, or you're a part of a small team, you can still leverage the same research and tradecraft that we're using. So first up in teams that we plug into is incident response, and that's everything from like our tier 1 to tier 3 responders. They plug into threat intelligence to get low latency access to intelligence about the groups they're facing in the queues. And we've done a lot of work to embed intelligence directly into the tooling they use so it's there and readily apparent. But if it's not and they're encountering something brand new, they can press one button and tag threat intelligence in to do rapid research to fill in the blanks for them, to help them understand what they're dealing with, what the next steps are, what this actor's motivations is, and ultimately how to rip it out of our environment if we detect it. Where it plugs into Purple Team and TTP Forge specifically is they have a high need for low false positive rate detections. If threat intelligence is pushing to land a new detection in response to some threat we're tracking, but it ultimately results in crazy high load and blowing up the queues for them, this is the team that feels it. And because our team's embedded in incident response, they're our primary source of leads. About 70% of all of our leads come from people on the front lines answering tickets saying, hey, this is interesting, I've never seen this before. So it pays to keep them happy. And next up is threat hunting, and threat hunting's moved around a lot at Meta. It's a fundamental capability of a lot of our different security teams, but we've recently crystallized it into its own dedicated function. And they plug into threat intelligence in a few ways. Primarily, we're there to help them prioritize the giant backlog of everything they could possibly hunt for and narrow that down to these are the probable groups that are going to try to pop our company or have tried to pop our company in the past. So maybe prioritize the TTPs they use for threat hunting over something else. Where they plug into TTP Forge is TTP Forge allows them to run a TTP and get signal of what that looks like when it detonates in our environment. For a lot of the things threat intelligence sends over to our hunters, we're lucky enough to have never experienced that type of attack in our environment. So we don't have the logs and the signal they need to know what that looks like in our environment to go and hunt it retroactively.
All right, so detection engineering. Detection engineering is a very important partner. Ultimately, detection engineering is going to be amplifying our security by using high fidelity detections to accurately identify legitimate threats and ideally minimize false positives and negatives. Purple Team, in collaboration with these folks, we utilize the TTP Forge to simulate varied threat scenarios and work to be able to empower the defenders to do this themselves. So for more simple TTPs, they don't even need to talk to us. They can just do it themselves, which it's been going pretty well so far in terms of generating high quality signals for folks that don't necessarily have a strong OffSec background. Now, Red Team, this is a real interesting one, especially when you think about plugging it in with threat intelligence. Threat intelligence as a team, their primary function is to research real-world adversaries and threats. This knowledge can be incredibly valuable for informing Red Team operations. So by integrating threat intelligence into the planning and execution of Red Team operations, we can gain a more focused lens through which we can examine particular threats. And this targeted approach allows us to anticipate and address potential threats with some answer to, can we detect this? Will we see this? And in turn, that it leads to a lot of nice proactive and accurate security wins. So that's pretty great. And to maximize the effectiveness of Red Team operations, Purple Team automates TTPs that are used in a Red Team operation with the Forge. So in doing this, we're able to use the TTPs either to control commits to trunk, for infra deployments, or to run them as needed to see if a detection has regressed or stopped working. And so by closely examining the various paths that Red Team exploits, we can ensure a more secure and responsive approach to our security measures. All right, so now we're going to talk about some of the difficulties that are unique to each of our teams. On the Purple side, first and foremost, information overload. It is vital for Purple teams to prioritize quality over quantity when it comes to TTPs. If you're just running a bajillion TTPs simultaneously, I mean, that's almost as bad as the traditional model of just yeeting a pen test report over the fence and be like, yo, dog, fix this. Like, they have a queue. They have a lot of stuff going on. That's not going to help. So by just giving them a ton of signal, like, where are they going to start? So instead, we should aim for focused, in-depth exploration of fewer TTPs for more effective improvements. Let's focus on the outcomes. And next up, as I mentioned before, purple teaming is a fairly nascent field. And so a lot of people think of it as pen testing. And I can tell you as a career pen tester, very different. They're both quite important. But with purple teaming, we are a lot more focused around trying to generate signal that will be used to check and see, hey, does this work? Does this not work? Let's see if we can iterate. And ultimately, by executing these in a controlled environment and repeated really as many times as needed to ensure that we can improve our defenses or address any gaps.
So on our side of the fence, the first step is ruthless prioritization. There are thousands of groups that we could track on any given day, and tracking is a super intensive procedure. Like, it's costly for us to do. We don't want to track the entire world. And that's especially true in a world where every kid with a laptop can throw up a WordPress blog and call himself the next ransomware crew. And at the same time, like, we don't want to drown our stakeholders as well. And it's a common trap of intelligence teams that they just pipe everything that they see to a downstream team in the hope that you care about something that lands. That problem gets compounded if you have vague intelligence requirements. Like, contrary to popular belief, tell me what all the bad things are isn't a brilliant intelligence requirement for a team. So if you haven't told your team what you care about, there's two things that will happen. One, your intelligence team's never going to send you anything and you don't see anything, or they're going to throw everything at you in the hope that something sticks. And like, that's become a massive industry trap for intelligence teams where we're perceived as just the producers of reports nobody reads. So that's one thing we've had to dig ourselves out of with really tight intelligence requirements. And the last is uncertainty and probability. So one of the taglines of my team is threat intelligence exists to remove uncertainty and to inject probability. And two, like sudden landscape changes, they're shrouded in uncertainty. We don't know who this group is, what they're capable of, if they've hit us, are we capable of defending against them? All of those are uncertainties that threat intelligence should exist to help teams remove and empower stakeholders to find the answers to those questions. But when we're doing that, we have a fundamental language gap. Intelligence works in a murky world of partial pictures, confidence ratings, TLPs, classifications, and probabilities that traditional blue teams don't use every day. The blue teams that we deal with are much more absolute. They deal in true positives, false positives. Can we detect this? Can't we detect this? So that's where TTP Forge has helped us bridge that translation gap. So it's not just me rocking up at your desk and telling you a spooky story about what's happening on the internet. We're doing it from a point where there is this thing that poses a credible risk to our business, but we've tested it, and here's the data that proves it's a problem and we need to move now. And here is all the signal that arms you to take the next step.
All right, so with that context and information in mind, why don't we talk about the shared problem spaces our teams have in common? First and foremost, and I think this applies to anyone and everyone who does security in this room, how do we get people to care about this stuff? So on the purple side, securing resources to address gaps can be a real bear. And so the key is effectively communicating the impacts of these gaps as far as the organization's security posture goes. You don't want to just think about your little area that you're targeting. We are saying, in the grand scheme of things, what does this mean? And in doing that, we're able to highlight potential risks and repercussions if they are left, these risks are left unaddressed. And that in turn allows us to advocate for the value added by remediating them. And so our advice is typically in the realm of utilize Purple Team reports, which are a joint report that everyone involved gets to contribute to, more on that later, and TTP Forge to support your case and convey the necessity for allocated resources. Next up, time to test. As an internal consultancy, we prioritize tasks based on a well-structured priority queue, and no joke, it is a priority queue. That SANS talk covers that if you find that interesting. And while our ability to define and defend our timelines is robust, our resources to automate TTPs are finite, and that can definitely pose some interesting challenges at times. Lastly, we work at Meta. That place has anything and everything you can possibly conceptualize. It is huge. And so the nature of our diverse tech stack can often lead to questions of, hey, is this feasible to automate? And while we strive to automate as many TTPs as possible, ideally to increase efficiency and provide defenders with a bigger picture on what's going on, the broad variety of tools and systems in use can present really unique challenges. What about on the Intel side, Bud?
Yeah, on this side of the fence, the first one on getting people to care, the question we dread as a team coming back when we've brokered intelligence is, why should we care about this? Like, if that's the first question back to your intelligence team has fundamentally failed in convincing you that you should move. And like, on time to test, like when we are dealing with landscape changes, we don't have the luxury of waiting weeks. Back to summer of 2022, that was in news articles now, so we need to do something about it now. And where we're trying to bridge that language gap between intelligence teams and more traditional security teams, we need to get that into test to generate the data that allows us to have the conversation about what the next step should be for the company. And the last piece on diverse tech stack, to us, we're plugged into a fire hose of stuff and see different attacks and TTPs every single day. And that's compounded by, like as Jason says, Meta's huge. And we don't want to every day have to turn around to all of our different stakeholders, surface owners, tech owners, and say, hey, this happened on the internet, does it work here? Like, is this viable here? We need a way to generate those answers ourselves, and then we come to you saying, we know it's a problem because we've proved it, and we can limit that scope. So now we're going to delve into like bringing stories and reality together. So this is like what's happening under the hood between all these security teams when we're responding to a sudden change in threat landscape. So the easiest way to sum this up is intelligence teams are reverse engineering a playbook. And whether you like it or not, humans are lazy and playbooks exist. There's a talk later on today about the Conti playbook that leaked in 2021, where threat actors had a literally long-form written playbook that they shared between operators of the Conti ransomware affiliate scheme. And like to the point where commands could be literally copied and pasted out, and then were found in incident response reporting like months before those playbooks were actually released. On the flip side of that, there is like soft playbooks, the playbooks that exist in an adversary's head. And those are the TTPs that they use because they know they work. They've invested time in learning them, they've invested resources in building them and deploy them, and they'll use them until a point in time when they become inefficient or unvaluable to use. So we're stitching that playbook up from a number of different sources, and like the first is public incident reporting. And to the credit of like Coinbase, Twilio, Reddit that were responding to this group, their public incident reporting was brilliant. It had indicators, it had TTPs, it had everything we needed to latch on and start reverse engineering a playbook. But the reality of public incident disclosure isn't always like that. Often those things come heavily redacted by legal departments, so much so that the detail's lost and we can't reverse engineer a playbook. Next, we can plug into vendor intelligence. We're plugged into a load of different vendors, but you have to be lucky that the group that you're tracking is big enough to be on your vendor's radar because they have multiple customers that it impacts. Because if it's not, it's likely that your vendors are also doing the same thing you're doing of trying to reverse engineer a playbook so they can sell you that intelligence before your team's capable of doing it. Then next, we plug into sharing communities, and this is everything from like incident response teams on the ground in different companies within our sectors that are like our eyes and ears of what's hitting us as a sector, or our threat intelligence sharing communities. And more recently, agencies like CISA have been a massive partner to us in proactively sharing things with us and working with us collaboratively to build up these playbooks. And last but not least, we plug all the other gaps with proprietary tracking, and it's hellishly expensive, but that's when we spin up our group to say we'll do the research manually ourselves to build up the rest of the playbook. And that's the reason why that team spends most of our time tracking threats that only target Meta or only target a small cluster of companies within our sector that just aren't on anybody else's radar because nobody else is impacted. So that's where we spend a lot of our time. Then we stitch all that together from all those different sources into what we know about a group's playbook now. We'll plot that against MITRE ATT&CK, but a 7-step kill chain fits a hell of a lot better on a slide. So this is a really cut down and simplified version. But when we're engaging Purple Team, there's two like choke points that we're looking for. One is high frequency reuse TTPs. Those TTPs that we know an attacker is likely to try first before they fall back to something rarer in their arsenal. The second in that is like where we have good evidence from TTP Forge that we have existing detections for a certain step of an attacker's playbook. But there is one weird branch of their playbook where we have uncertainty, and we need to engage like Purple Team to go and plug that gap and work out, do we actually detect this in actual fact, or do we not?
Oops. All right, so we have cultivated a phenomenal working relationship for over 3 years now, and we have worked together across different time zones and geographic locations of the world. And we didn't always have teams, but I'll tell you, once we both got teams, this collaboration and phenomenal working relationship did not slow down. Rather, we've created vetted and scalable methodologies that facilitate doing cool work together. And at the end of the day, isn't that what we all want? All right, so you heard Adam's piece on the threat intelligence component here, so we're not going to beat a dead horse, but we'll move on to the next step in this equation, purple teaming. So the first step to executing a joint operation with Threat Intel is automating the TTPs they brought to the table with TTP Forge. Again, automation provides scalability, uniformity in testing, and the means to replay these TTPs regularly to identify regressions or gaps. However, it's not always prudent to automate everything. There are some elements in an adversarial simulation that require more organic exploration of a target so you can actually get a sense for some of the pivot points that may come up.
So next up, we plug something into TTP Forge and Purple Team helps us replicate it. If we have a detection that fires, great. A detection lands in a production queue and we know we have coverage. But TTP Forge allows us to add regression testing after that. So if in the future our detections regress, maybe somebody like disables a rule or our EDR rule engine changes, we'll know about it and can kick off a process to address that gap. But more importantly, if we find that we have no detections, no alert fires, no incident response team is spun up in response to it, we have a gap and we have uncertainty. We know there is a TTP in the wild that an attacker is using that's like a risk to our business. And we engage threat hunting there to go and work out if that TTP has ever been used historically. And like true positive, they find something great. We can, well, not great, but we can escalate that to incident response to remediate. But there's equal value in them doing that sweep and proving the negative. And I see so many threat hunting teams optimizing for finding true positives and neglecting the value they bring in proving that the fleet is in a secure state as detection engineering works to plug a gap. Next up, we plug like detection engineering in, and the advantage of both these teams working with TTP Forge is they're working with a signal of what that attack looks like in their environment, in their logs, in their like full security stack. So they know what to hunt for on the hunter side and the detection engineering side, what to write a detection for. At the same time, TTP Forge allows them to replay an attack as they're developing a detection, so they know once it lands, it actually detects the TTP that it was intended to. After that, like we go through a whole process of IR onboarding. We don't just yeet new detections into our incident response team and hope they're good. There's a whole amount of playbooks, response flows, automation, and metrics that have to be stitched to make sure the quality of life for our incident response teams is good, and that when that alert fires, if it ever does, they know how to respond to it, know the risks associated with it, and know what the next steps are.
All right, the most important part, the report. Specifically, we tend to do joint reporting for all Purple Team engagements, and through collaborating on a joint report, we're able to create something that's a lot more effective and robust. The combined effort of all of the different parties involved leads to an output that's stronger than any of its individual parts, showcasing the practical value of working together. What a concept, right? And so this tends to be a much easier report for leadership to stomach. It tends to be focused on actionable metrics and viable resolutions to long-standing issues. And each report aims to capture enough information so that other engineering teams are able to pick up that report and repeat the exercise, ideally without the original participants. That is a very important part of how we can scale, again, at a massive company. And so in the spirit of trying to provide the tools necessary for defense teams, engineering teams to repeat the work that we've done, we are also releasing Forge Armory, which is a collection of commodity TTPs. Some of these even include detections, actually. I've been learning how to write some detections. It's been a good learning experience. Red Teamers, you should definitely try that sometime. It gives you a new perspective. But yeah, so with these detections, you can take those commodity TTPs and provide actionable information for your blue team. Or better yet, write them a well-documented TTP that they can run as many times as they want as they go through the process of trying to build a high-fidelity detection or a prevention, and then you can move on to the other shenanigans that are in your backlog. And so with respect to both the Forge and Armory, this is meant to be a community-driven way that we can share information and allows us to better communicate and share processes between OffSec and defenders that allow us to start fixing some stuff. Oh yeah, this is the good stuff right here.
Yeah, so we're going to launch into demos, and like this is an example of like a cut down playbook that's quite traditional for us to throw at Purple Team, and uses a mix of things that we're going to need their hacker expertise to come and manually replicate, but also a lot of things that they can throw into TTP Forge and automate for us. So yeah, kick the demo off.
Yeah, sure.
Let's go. So first up, like initial access, we were going to talk through Evil Engine X quite a lot here, but Chris Merkel did a 45-minute presentation yesterday about Evil Engine X. So if you're interested in diving into the realities of how to set that up, configure it, what the risks are and stuff, like check out his talk. It goes into way more depth here. But essentially, like I tasked Jason's team to go and spin up Evil Engine X for it, and he still hates me to this day. He hates me even more that I made him replay this for this demo because he had to do it twice. So to the point about automate what you can, definitely automate what you can. You'll never know when you need it in a conference talk. But to this, like, we're going to run through it with an Outlook account because we've since patched this. But in summer 2022, we were halfway through our FIDO2 rollout. So we didn't know which surfaces had complete coverage of FIDO2, which users were enrolled, and where it was viable. So when we first tested this, it worked, and it blew straight through. You could like steal session tokens and authenticate to one of our accounts, which isn't great. But so.
All right, cool. So we're going to continue through the rest of this demo. And so to start, we got a credential, and we want to see what's going on with that. So I'm going to go ahead and log in. Oh, yeah, sorry. This is the part where we're catching the credential from Evil Engine X, or Evil Gen X. There we go. Hey, look at that credential. It's beautiful. And I forgot to show the session, so I went ahead and went back in so you all can enjoy that in all of its glory. And of course, I forgot the number. Oh, yeah, look at that. That's nice. All right, cool. So we have our initial access covered. And this right here, oops. Hey, you want to talk about this? This is nice.
What was it again?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, sure. So when we ran this test, and Chris Merkel's got all this in his deck as well, hunting this is really, really difficult. Because, one, you can say, OK, show me what the real authenticated logged-in employee session looks like. And two, show me the Evil Engine X session. And, you can do things like compare the geolocation, like the impossible travel style alerts. But when we did it, it generated 291 hits in 90 days. Because a lot of our employees are also using personal VPN to watch, YouTube and content in different regions. Great. So it's not something I'm going to just pipe directly into our incident response queue. In the end, we pared it down by saying the IP that authenticated, does it feature in the A record of a young domain? Because what we were seeing were groups spinning up an Evil Engine X domain and then weaponizing it within 24 hours. That was a really good way for us to pare that down.
All right, we got a credential. So we also have a sense for how we could detect that. Let's see if there's any goodies. And all right, so logging in. It looks like this particular account is not used for a whole lot. And by the way, you don't want to do that. You want to go ahead and just, we were never here. There we go. And hey, look at that. That looks real juicy. I bet that there's a lot we can do with that. So that's the manual parts there. Now we're going to get into the Forge. So first off, we're going to use the Forge to execute a TTP that employs the enumerate IAM tool. And so I wanted to start by showing you all kind of what TTP looks like. We try to have some decent documentation around it so that ultimately defenders can read through and understand without having to get into the code. And beyond that, we also provide prerequisites, examples that you can copy pasta, like we're going to do here. And we also have each step, which for defenders, these can be IOCs. If you're trying to figure out, hey, where do I start here? These are the steps it's going to run. I think that there's some options here in terms of doing that. And as I mentioned, we're trying to do some detection, so they ain't going to be high fidelity. I'm a red teamer playing a blue teamer on TV, but they give you a starting point for a conversation with your defenders. And just a word of warning, the enumerate IAM tool does not move as quickly as you're going to see here. It takes a lot longer, but I'm not going to subject you all to that because that would not be a prudent way to spend our time. Now, here's the interesting thing. We've got, looks like full access for admin, SSM. We've got secrets manager. We can list secrets. We can describe instances. There's some good stuff here. We can access some logs. So, hey, we've got some things we can work with, and this gives us a lot of attack paths that we can really start to think about in terms of, hey, what is an adversary going to do? Now, here is another interesting thing. The detection did not really catch much of anything, and so we discovered that on certain API endpoints, CloudTrail seems to be lagging, and subsequently, that's why we're not seeing anything here. So that's good to know as a defender. If you're like, hey, why am I not seeing this? Like, just give it a bit and then it'll show up. But all right, so we know roughly what we can do with this credential. Why don't we go ahead and start with Secrets Manager, because that's always a juicy one. And so this is another TTP. It basically allows you to pull a secret or multiple secrets or all of the secrets from Secrets Manager. So as you can see here, these are examples of how to use it. Those are the steps, and hopefully those can provide some viable IOCs for defenders to start with. And so we'll go ahead and kick this bad boy off. And if we can take a look here, while we were able to get the secret, which is awesome, we also see that defenders can see that we were doing that. So that means we have limited time, and we need to move quickly if we were an actual adversary. So this is good. We have something here. We can work with this. Defenders can start to think about this. So, all right, we got a secret. We love secrets. This particular one is a database credential, and we all know that that can be a lot of fun. So, and if you're familiar with AWS, so RDS is a relational database service, and it's used to spin up relational databases in AWS. It can be Postgres, can be MySQL, what have you. Now, we have this credential, and so one way we could do about this is just connecting to it and seeing what's up. But that's not what an attacker is going to do, because that is going to look funky and probably is going to get you caught. So instead, we can just be a little patient. We have the means to describe instances. Let's see if there is anything that might be used to connect to this database regularly, so then we actually blend in, which we're trying to do adversary simulations. A good adversary is going to do that. And so we've been building up our fleet of Mac TTPs, thanks to, again, Cedric Owens. This man knows a lot about breaking stuff in the Mac world. So here we're just going to be good attackers and establish some persistence. As I'm sure a lot of you are aware, SSH is quite often just kind of open to the whole world. So it doesn't seem like a far throw to just be able to throw a public key in order to get back in, yeah? I've done it, it works. And with Launch Daemon, I mean, defenders don't tend to look there because there's just not a lot of great tooling around macOS. So, hey, defenders, you should definitely look for persistence mechanisms with that. And all right, cool. Now that we're on disk, or we're on a system that looks promising, it's a macOS system, why don't we go ahead and run Lasagna and see if there are any secrets in memory or on disk. As you can see here, it didn't really find anything. And so this puts us in an interesting position as Purple Team. On one hand, we ran the TTPs, we generated the signal, job done. Not necessarily. We're, again, trying to simulate what an adversary does. So why don't we do a little bit of just organic exploration and see what we can do with that? Because once again, that is what an attacker is going to do. They're not just going to stop, say, oh, it didn't find anything. All right, cool, done. So we're going to just use a find command, and real quick, we got something that looks pretty good. And I'll tell you, if that matches the secret that we found in AWS Secrets Manager, I think we're in business. Ooh-wee, looks like it does. So now we know that we can connect to this database, and it's expected because obviously they're doing it on this system, and so we can blend in. All right, what we're going to do now is we're going to set up a listener on our attacker so that we can shoot ourselves some delicious data and simulate the exfil part. So that's a nice little Docker container if you just need something on 8080 that echoes out whatever comes in. And now we are on the macOS system connecting to the database. We'll just do a little bit of kind of recon, understand where we're at. We got a database that looks pretty juicy. And see if there's any tables that have anything that looks good. Oh yeah, that looks real good. So let's see what we get in users. We got password hashes, we got social security numbers. This looks like something that we want to steal to see if our defenders can catch it, yeah? So what we're going to do is dump the database, ideally in a directory that we have write permissions, like home. Yeah, that's nice. Cool. So we've got the dump, we've got the listener on the attacker box. We want to make sure the dump is for real. Looks like it is. So now we're just going to go ahead and send that over, and let's go ahead and grab this so it's easier to show you all what's up. It's base64 encoded, so this is what it looks like on the attacker side. You can do a little parsing there if you don't want to have to copy and paste the whole thing, but you know, up to you. So that's the massive string, and we're going to decode it. Boom. Success. We have stolen things, and now we have a complete attack chain that we were able to automate. A lot of it we can repeat as many times as we need, so defenders can drill on this and make sure that we have answers for these things. Okie dokie. Where's my mouse? There you are. Sneaky little devil. All right, that was a lot of fun. I enjoyed making that. I wanted to impart a few takeaways from today's talk. Takeaway number 1, we are releasing the TTP Forge, our framework that we employ for purple teaming, detection engineering, and a whole lot more. This is a project that we've been building for years that has been a critical component of every purple team engagement at Meta. It's fine-tuned and built in a way that supports defenders with very little to no offensive background to be able to create signal and build offensive capabilities that they can use while they're testing. It's phenomenal. It also supports chained executions for more advanced simulation, so you can do a fair bit with it. Additionally, this is being released with Forge Armory, which is, again, a collection of commodity TTPs for a variety of targets. Now, if you look in the existing space, there's a lot of Windows. And you know what? There's plenty of tools that are able to solve that problem quite well. Not saying we won't support Windows, but our primary focus on our TTPs has been around Linux, Cloud, and macOS, which is a sizable gap, again, with a lot of the existing AdSim solutions. So, I also believe that I've mentioned this once or twice, but Cedric Owens is the Purple Team co-lead, and that guy knows a lot about attack and macOS, so we've got some good stuff in there. And to reiterate from before, we really sincerely want this to be a community-driven effort, so come say what's up, let's chat, and drink a beer or something. Any thoughts, Adam?
Yeah, and this last one's more of a personal note from me, but if you're in an offensive security team and you've never chatted to a threat intel person before, and you've got a threat intelligence team, go and chat to them. At the same time, if you're a threat intelligence person that's never worked with an offensive security team, you should be opening that relationship up as well from the other side. When me and Jason first sat down 3 years ago and started to lay out the different problems our team had, it was amazing how much we shared in common, and now we've got a joint product and a joint process. We're much more valuable together than we ever were apart. So yeah, go and chat to each other, basically.
Definitely, 100% do that. And while it's just the two of us up here, we are standing on the shoulders of giants. We both have exceptional teams, and we want to make sure to pay respect to everyone that's helped to make this possible. So without further ado, here is the rest of the team after we both did an escape room. And as you can see, the glory goes to the top team that was able to finish it first. Bunch of good-looking folks in that one. And there's also a lot of names of folks who are not pictured, and they were, again, a massive help in doing this. So shout out to all these folks. And I'll tell you, if any of this sounds cool or you want to get involved with doing this kind of stuff, we are hiring. Red team's hiring, and blue team's hiring. Y'all should throw your hat in the, throw your name in the hat and let's see what shakes. And with that, we'll take any questions or whatever you have.
Thank you. Great talk. So one of the points you mentioned is prioritization. Ruthlessly prioritize basically your efforts. So can you maybe share, your thoughts about how to prioritize among different, attacking techniques that you want to protect from, and also on the environment side, the environment is massive, so probably like tens of thousands of microservices. So how do you prioritize on that side as well?
Yeah, great question. So the question was around how we prioritize effectively around TTPs and various surfaces that we need to secure. by actually talking with our blue team and planning with them and trying to just really sit down and have some come to Jesus talks around, hey, these are things that we should really be thinking about. That's very helpful. We also have a bunch of teams that are in charge of different surfaces, if you will, at the company. And so they really are in charge of prioritizing. For us, we just kind of try to jump in and try to do as much as we can in a certain area. Once again, as an internal consultancy, that gives us some flexibility. So we can also look at areas that maybe aren't getting as much love that really should. But effectively, a lot of communication and a lot of understanding what Blue is seeing and where their priorities lay and seeing where there is overlap. Anything to add on that?
On the threat intelligence side, I think if you asked us that question, we'd prioritize it in terms of the groups that we track. So the highest priority for us is groups that have attempted to pop us in the last 18 months. They're like our highest, we'll track them with the highest frequency and the deepest detail. This, like the medium stuff for us is groups that have attempted to pop companies in the sectors in which we operate, but we've not seen them target us, but it's viable and it's probable we could become a risk. And then there's the rest of the world of stuff that's just interesting and out there that could be adopted. So that would be the spectrum that we kind of use. And like as an Intel team, it's not just what's published about a specific group. We have a lot of internal TTP data as well that can feed into that. So it's not just what's been seen by Blue Team when an attack's been thrown at us to go and replicate. It can be what we've seen from research of this actor's done in the wild.
Hopefully that helped. Awesome, thumbs up. Anyone else? Cool. Hey, y'all have been, oh yeah, go for it, man. Hey, Kyle.
Hey,
Dude, you look awesome.
thank
It's
you.
been so
You
long.
do too. So, what's an example of a low versus high fidelity TTP? And then,
Oh yeah, so that goes around the detection typically, with the terminology anyway. But basically, actually, you know what? You're the blue teamer, so you should be answering this.
Thanks for throwing me under the bus with that.
I love you.
No, like, and you're probably going to jump in and correct me when I absolutely butcher this, but like in the past, we've said this actor uses this TTP, go and deploy it as a detection. Things like rclone are like top of mind when we talk about fidelity. Rclone's used a lot in our environment. So as an Intel team, we're like, our only perspective is we see attackers using rclone to exfil data. When we go to Blue Team and try and land that as a detection, it blows up 3,000 times a day because everybody's R-cloning stuff all over the place. And we have no security policy in place that forbids you R-cloning thing because it's a tool we use. So that's where the fidelity conversation comes down on my mind. It doesn't mean it's not useful for threat hunters and useful signal to see what R-clone looks like in our environment, but it's probably not something that we're going to push for as a detection, at least a detection that's going to fire first. It might be a lookup that we do after an initial detection when we detect specific suspicious activity on a box.
Yeah, so on one hand, you can say, all right, like, hey, when this tool fires, it's bad. But then your defender's like, dude, what the hell am I going to do with all this? This is like a bajillion alerts. So you can kind of look at that and say, all right, what kind of context happens around this so that we can maybe make this a bit more robust and not inundate our defenders with a bunch of BS. And so in trying to figure out more nuanced ways to look at certain behaviors that could be indicative of a threat, that is where the kind of high versus low fidelity piece comes in. Does that help? Mm-hmm. Awesome.
cool. Another question.
Yeah, hit me.
Do you ever work? Do you ever generate TTPs off novel vulnerabilities found internally that aren't coming from the wild, like from application security or product security or something like that?
All the time, yeah. So yeah, before I was here, I was with Kyle on the ProdSec team at Splunk. So I have a pretty decent web background, and we do a lot of engagements with products, IG, FB, what have you. And those obviously are going to look different than these infra engagements to a degree. But we also have a really great relationship with our bug bounty crew. And so we're able to take stuff that comes in from our exceptional bug bounty hunters and also be able to incorporate that so we can have a lot of flows for different things that are of top of mind and maybe are not as easy. But hey, you got some of the top bug bounty hunters in the world throwing some pretty gnarly stuff over. Yeah, we're definitely going to take advantage of that. Absolutely.
Will those come out in on Armory with the disclosure?
So yeah, basically with Armory, we have to keep it commodity. That was kind of the dealio. So we're not going to be releasing, hey, here's how you abuse X or Y or Z. But that's a good question.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Hey,
Hey, good morning.
stop. Oh, cool. Never mind. Go ahead.
Morning. Great talk.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for sharing the tool.
For sure.
It looks amazing. Something that came to mind is a different tool called Vector.
Yep.
Is there any in the project's direction, or is there any feature already that brings in that project management aspect of it? I see.
Yes, we are going to be using Vector. I figured out how to make it, I figured out how to turn it into Kubernetes manifests. So we're hopefully going to be contributing that back to the community. But yes, we do use Vector, and poor Cedric has had to do some real serious stuff to be able to get that all landed. But yeah, we do, and it's really cool. The folks that are in charge of it are very nice.
So if I'm understanding correctly, there's going to be some sort of integration between Vector and TTP Forge rather than site-to-site comparison.
Yeah, so the way that we're thinking about integrations with EDRs, with different tools like that, is we want this engine to be mean and lean. So what we're going to do is effectively the concept of modules. So you can have bolt-ons that will provide you with the new YAML syntax based on the logic that you have in your module. Import that, use it. Not everyone's using Vector, so the folks that want to use it, cool, you got a module. Folks that don't want to use it, cool. It's not going to bog you down or make our tool any slower.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man, for sure. And hey, y'all have been awesome. Thank you so much for hanging out. We really appreciate it. The Forge. After this talk, I'm going to be just doing the dotting the I's and the T's, so keep an eye out on those links that we threw up, and I hope you all find it useful. Hit us up. We want to talk to you. Let's drink some beers. Life is good. Cheers.
Open source GitOps for detection engineering presented by Zach Wasserman. A few announcements before we begin. We would like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsor Adobe and our gold sponsor Prisma Cloud, Blue Cat, Toyota. It's with their support and other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being live streamed, so as a courtesy to our speaker and audiences, we would like to ask you to check that your cell phones are on silent mode. And if you have any question, please use the audience microphone so that YouTube can hear you as well. And with that, let's get started. Please welcome Zach.
Thank you, and welcome everyone to the talk. So as you heard, my name is Zach Wasserman. I'm the CTO and co-founder at Fleet, and I'm the co-creator of OS Query and on the technical steering committee for that project. So a lot of the work that I'll be talking about today ties into the work that I've been doing going back to 2014 on OS Query. I also do lots of other things in my free time. If it were not 105 degrees outside, I'd love to be climbing out at Red Rock Canyon. For those of you who don't know, if you ever come to Vegas in not the summer, highly recommend checking it out. It's beautiful up there. So I want to deconstruct a little bit all of the buzzwords within the title of this talk. So starting with detection engineering, what's that? And I pulled some quotes that I found from other folks explaining their idea of it, and then I'll try to synthesize it into my idea of what we're trying to do here. So detection engineering transforms an idea of how to detect a specific condition or activity into a concrete description of how to detect it. That's Florian Roth. Detection engineers design and build security systems that constantly evolve to defend against current threats. And that's Josh Day. And so to me, detection engineering is kind of the next evolution in what we're doing as security defenders. So 10 plus years ago, we had antivirus doing really basic stuff like looking for specific file hashes. We've moved on to EDR and tools that kind of automatically perform detections and then response based on the things that they detect. And I think that the future that we're moving towards is detection engineering and incident response as kind of a full-on role, a real engineering role within the organization, moving beyond typical analysts responding to alerts, but really understanding the needs of the organization, building detections that meet those needs, and then being able to do incident response based on a deep understanding of the particular organization's needs, threats, and risks. So next we come to GitOps, which I also think of as detection as code in this case. And this is really adapted from the DevOps philosophy of configuration as code. So something that folks in the software engineering and the infrastructure world have been doing for 10 to 15 years now. But I think it's a bit newer here for those of us in the security world. So what is GitOps? Using pull requests in a version control system like Git introduces visibility into the deployment process. It lets you view and track any changes made to a system. It provides an audit trail and gives you the ability to roll back changes if something breaks. That's from Red Hat. Detection as code is a modern, flexible, and structured approach to writing detections that applies software engineering best practices to security. So again, we can take these things that we've been doing with off-the-shelf tools, that we've been doing with ClickOps, if you will, clicking around within UIs, triaging alerts, and we can turn it into code. And this doesn't necessarily have to mean like everyone has to become a software engineer and be able to write complete software systems, but we can start to specify using text, using YAML configuration files, using JSON, maybe writing a bit of Python, writing a bit of SQL. We can specifically encode what it is that we're looking for and use that to be a bit more rigorous about our practices. And like mentioned in that one quote, it also gives us the ability to collaborate, review the changes that are being made, and understand what has changed over time and build that audit trail. And then open source. Broadly speaking, open source software licenses make the source code available for use, modification, and distribution based on agreed upon terms and conditions. That's Janelle Horcasitas. OSS, or open source software, is not only available for anyone to use, but also to build on. This has resulted in a global network of contributors who work together on a project by collectively reviewing, testing, documenting, and patching code. And this is Richard Stallman. Some of you may recognize him, a real zealot for open source software, and we'll come back to him briefly in a bit here. But I think the really important and cool thing about open source is that it provides this opportunity for collaboration. We can build tools at one organization, which, for example, you'll see in my story, I helped to build OS Query at Facebook, now Meta, and that's a tool that we can now take advantage of across organizations. And additionally, we don't have to just be okay with what comes out of the box. We can integrate, again, deeply into what we understand of the organizations that we're working to protect. And I think that it's that flexibility and that freedom that's really exciting about open source, and that allows us to be more effective when we try to do detection engineering. So now I'm going to talk about the tools in the stack that we're going to be introducing here. So in this talk, what I want to do is show you one model for how you can put together a framework for doing detection engineering using GitOps and using open source tools. So something that you could take home today, deploy in your organization or in your home lab for free, and adapt it to modify to your purposes and best suit your needs. So first we've got OS Query. And OS Query allows you to write queries, SQL queries. So those of you who've worked with databases have seen this before. Write queries to collect logs on the state of your devices. And it supports Mac, Linux, and Windows. So by learning one syntax and one tool, now you're able to collect logs and understand the state across likely almost all of the computing devices that you manage. Doesn't include mobile yet. And I will actually talk briefly about how there's some Chrome OS support coming through other work that we've done, not directly in OS Query. And again, while we talked about detection as code, configuration as code, I really do think that this allows non-developers to access and aggregate data across all of the different sources on these different operating systems. So you don't have to write a whole program if you want to get at a new data source. You can use one of the many data sources that's already built into OS Query, and you just have to learn the little bit of syntax and the little bit of configuration that OS Query provides in order to start collecting these logs across all the different disparate data sources. And OS Query has been designed from the ground up to have the performance and reliability to deploy across corporate and production infrastructure. So today, OS Query is deployed across millions of endpoints. It's integrated into multiple commercial products, and it's been deployed across production infrastructure of hundreds of thousands of servers at organizations like Facebook, Google, Apple. So this is a really robust system, but it's also really accessible and something that we see folks deploying down to tiny organizations. And again, it's free, it's open source, you can modify it, you can use it however you want, and you can make it fit your needs if it doesn't yet. And there's a community that's supporting it, and you're all welcome to join the community and help to support it. And this is kind of what it looks like. You want to get all the users on the system that you're running on, you write a simple SQL query, select star saying give me all the information from the users table. And this is going to give you all the users. And again, this works across all the platforms. So whereas on Mac and Linux, you might look at Etsy password to get users, and then you'd have to look in some other places to get information about the groups those users are in and other metadata about the users. On Windows, you'd look in a completely different source. With OS Query, you just have to write this query, and you get that kind of normalized across all of the different operating systems that you might be working with. And there's a huge, huge number of data sources, something like 300 different tables across all of the operating systems. So it means you can get data from flat files like Etsy hosts or Etsy cron tab, the known host files. Each of these has its own table in OS Query, and instead of you having to write that parsing logic, again, you just write this select star from Etsy hosts, select star from cron tab, select star from known hosts. And OS Query gives this to you again in that normalized format. OS Query can open SQLite files, which are becoming increasingly popular to use to store configuration about programs on systems. It can call a number of system APIs. So here's some examples from Mac OS, but there's system APIs on Linux, Windows, pretty much everything you can imagine wanting to know on a system. These APIs are available. And again, you don't have to write C code, C++, Objective-C, any of that. You just write your query, and OS Query exposes that information because someone else has already written the C code for interacting with these APIs. Then there's application APIs, so you can get things like status from Docker, from Carbon Black, and people have written extension tables that interact with things like CrowdStrike. And we can get event-based APIs, so FS events is used to do file integrity monitoring on some systems. The Linux audit and BPF subsystems are used to do process auditing, socket auditing. On Windows, there's support for ETW, and there's file integrity monitoring and process auditing on Windows as well. And again, unified interface. So there's a lot of code going on under the hood that you do not need to pay attention to in order to use OS Query effectively to get at these things. You can get metadata about the file system, hashes of files, the permissions, and you can parse various kinds of structured data. For example, on Mac OS, a lot of configurations are stored in plist, and this all comes ready to go in OS Query. And again, just to underscore it for the 10th or 11th time probably, it's all available under the same SQL interface. So you don't really have to learn more than just the one interface, and then you can look through that entire schema and see all of the information that you can get across all of these different sources. And I showed you a simple example of a query before, but because this information is all exposed in this unified interface, you can also start to combine data together from the different tables. So normally, if you wanted to get some information about a process, say on Linux, you might run PS to see the running processes. And then if you want to know about what sockets are open on those running processes, then you might run LSOF to see the open files. And you'd have to probably write a script or something to put that data together and start to filter it and look for what you're used to. But in OS Query, you can use, again, the SQL syntax. And obviously, this is a little bit more complex. But we're saying, give us all the information from the processes running on the system, joined with the open sockets for those processes, and use the PID when you're doing that join. And specifically, we're looking for SSHD processes and ones where the local port that they have open is not port 22. So at a high level, I would explain this query as, find us SSHD processes that are running on a non-standard port, not the standard port 22 that we're used to for SSH. And so I'm just giving this to you as kind of an illustrative example of how this unified interface allows us to start to express slightly more complex ideas, but again, without having to write long and complex scripts or code. Like, this isn't trivial, but this is not particularly hard to learn. So next in our tool stack, we come to Fleet. And the purpose of Fleet in this situation is primarily to deploy and manage OS Query at scale. So OS Query, as we just talked about, is a piece of software that runs on the individual endpoint that you manage. But more than likely, you have hundreds, thousands, tens, or hundreds of thousands of endpoints that you're managing. And so Fleet helps to get those agents installed on the endpoints, helps to configure them once they're installed, and then helps us to get the logs where we want them. Fleet also allows us to take those kind of queries that we talked about there, run them live, so get the results from that query right now across all of the different systems that are enrolled. Fleet builds a little bit of higher level use cases on top of that, like detecting vulnerable software, compliance with organizational policies or policies from actual compliance frameworks, and allows triggering automations like into ticketing systems or through webhooks or that kind of thing. And then Fleet can configure the schedule of queries that OS Query runs. So by writing a bit of YAML, so just a structured text file, we can tell Fleet, have our OS Query agents run these particular queries on the schedule that we specify. And then OS Query will run those queries and send the logs back up to Fleet. Fleet can then dispatch those logs to whatever logging destination you want. These are kind of the most common that we usually see: S3, Elasticstack, Splunk, Snowflake. And so Fleet makes it pretty easy to modify the queries that we have running and get the results into the place that we want. Oh yeah, and I said we'd mention Chrome OS. So OS Query itself doesn't support Chrome OS, but at Fleet we've built an also open source Chrome extension that allows you to get the same kind of SQL interface on Chrome OS devices, so Chromebooks, and will then show up in this same dashboard along with the rest of your Mac, Linux, and Windows devices. I should say that Fleet is technically, you might call it open core. So part of Fleet is MIT licensed, which is true open source. By Richard Stallman's definition, it is not truly open source through the whole thing because there are features in Fleet that are enterprise licensed. So while Stallman is very triggered, everything I'm going to be talking about here today in the talk is actually open source and can be used by you for free. The code can be inspected and modified, and we won't really focus on the enterprise features at all. And here's an example of what things look like in Fleet. So in the middle there, we see query, and this is just a regular OS query. But we can also store all of this other metadata about the query. Fleet will help us see which platforms it's compatible with. It will allow us to set permissions on who can run the queries. And then it will allow us to save and schedule those queries. And we talked about YAML configuration as code. So here's a somewhat equivalent example of what it looks like to schedule a query using configuration as code. So we say that this is a query that we're trying to schedule. We can put a name and description. We put the actual SQL for the query, and then we can set things like the interval that we want the query to run on and how we want the logging to take place. So we can see how this starts to be a building block for doing detections as code. And the last tool that we'll talk about in this stack is called Metano. And Metano is a security data lake. So it's comparable with something like a Snowflake or a Splunk. And primarily it's designed to ingest data from S3. It can also automatically ingest from a number of data sources within AWS and GitHub and a number of other tools. But for our case, it's really ingesting the data from S3 because, as we talked about, OS Query and Fleet can write the data into S3. So that's our connection point here. And Metano stores the logs in a structured format, and then it allows us to write detections as code. And we'll see in a minute a little bit what this looks like. And we said Python here, so we're talking about real code in this case. But again, don't worry, this is pretty simple. Like, you don't have to be a software engineer to apply these concepts. And Metano is built on AWS serverless technologies, so you deploy it yourself, but it really is pretty closely tied with AWS. And Metano, again, is truly open source, Apache 2 license, so you can use it, modify it, and deploy it however you want. So this is what a detection looks like in Metano. So it is code, but it's pretty simple. Essentially, we just write a function that does a Boolean evaluation, and it can be arbitrarily complex. The function takes a record, or basically a log line, as an input, and we say whether that log line should generate a detection or generate an alert. And so in this case, this is an example from their documentation, so looking at Zeek logs, so network logs. But you can imagine how this could apply to pretty much any kind of logging that you might pull in. And you can see again how this is encoded as text, and this could be put into a source control system and allow us to do GitOps and detections as code. And then Metano also provides built-in alerting capabilities. Right now, that's primarily Slack. And these alerts that are generated can be configured, again, through code to include any of the relevant information that you might want your detection engineers or your response engineers or your security analysts to have access to when triaging the alerts. And so I'm going to talk a bit about the data flow of how these tools come together. And I think we've seen some hints as to how that will work based on the way these interfaces work. But we'll go through it a bit more concretely here. So Fleet configures OS Query with a schedule of queries. So as the administrator, as the blue teamer, the defender, I go to Fleet, maybe in the UI, but probably in this case, since we're talking about GitOps, through GitHub, GitLab, wherever we're storing our configurations, and I'm modifying that schedule of queries. Fleet then sends those queries up to OS Query, which becomes responsible on each individual endpoint for running the queries on the schedule. And then OS Query sends the results that are generated back to Fleet. Fleet then pushes those query results into S3, and this is done typically via AWS Firehose, which makes it very easy to get the results into S3. And as I said, Metano then knows how to ingest logs from S3 and run detections on the logs that are coming in. So that's the basic data flow of how this system works. And so then how does it correspond with the GitOps workflow that we're trying to get to? So again, the user, the administrator, will update that YAML to create or modify a query so that we're pulling data, the initial telemetry in that we're going to be building our detections on. Then we would update the Metano detection YAML to create and modify the detection. And it's not just the YAML, but it's also that Python function. I'll show more about what the YAML looks like as we go through this. And then you'd commit and push changes into your Git repo. For most folks, this is probably a pull request on GitHub. And then we'd have a peer, another person on the team, review and approve the changes. And this I think is an important part of doing like a real GitOps and detection as code process, because this is where we're generating the audit log. This is where the author of these things explains like why are they making the changes that they're making. This is where someone else on the team verifies that this is in line with the goals of the team and makes sense for where we want to head. And once that things are approved, then either the reviewer or the original author can merge the pull request. And when that's done, the CI system, so in the case of GitHub, GitHub Actions, but again could be any CI system, will then push the changes live. And here's a demo of what that looks like. So here I've put together a pull request to add the detection for the unusual SSHD. So looking for SSHD running on ports other than port 22. And I've committed this to Git and pushed it up as a pull request to GitHub. And we can see here that I've defined the query in the Fleet schedule. So I've named the query, I've added a small description, and then I've put the actual SQL for the query. And that's the same query that we were looking at earlier in the example from OS Query. I've set an interval for the query to run on, in this case every 10 seconds. And then I've set the detection portion with Metano. In this case, it's a pretty simple detection, so I'm just saying anytime this query generates a result, I want to trigger a detection. So I'm really just looking for the name of that query in the result log. And then Metano in the detection.yaml allows us to specify more details that will go into the eventual alert that's generated. So a display name, description, runbook, like what should the defender do when they see this, references, known false positives, and mapping to the attack framework. And then an alert configuration. So in that case, what you saw was configuring to send alerts to Slack. And we can see here that I've configured GitHub to not allow merging the pull request until it's been approved by another reviewer. And I think this is a great way to kind of enforce rigor in the process. So let's not let like lone wolves make actions that have significant changes. So now we've flipped over to another user in GitHub. And this user has now been requested for review on this pull request. So it's their opportunity now to take a look at the code. This is the same thing that we were just seeing a minute ago. presumably the user is taking more than the 30 seconds that I take here to run through this to think about how does this impact our logging pipelines? Does this detection match with our goals? Does it do what it's saying it does? But in this case, let's say it looked great, so the reviewer says, looks good to me, approves it, and submits that review. So now we pop back over to, and so the reviewer could merge it at that time. I usually like to follow the idea that the person who originally created it will merge it, because it gives them any opportunity to make any further changes or request further review if they want that. So we refresh the page here, and we see that now the changes have been approved. Everything has gone green. Thanks to the reviewer for making this review. And now we can merge the pull request. So when we do this, it's going to take the proposed code and actually push it into our main branch in our repository. And we see that generates a commit on the main branch. And if we click over into here, we can see now there's a GitHub action that's running. And this GitHub action I've configured to apply the configurations that have been updated anytime a pull request merges to main. So the action goes through a few steps. First, it installs the Metano command line tool. That takes a few seconds. Then it applies the fleet configuration. We can see that it applied 3 queries. Basically, it's the 2 existing queries and the 1 new query that was added. And then it deploys the new detection into Metano using the command line tool that we did. So from start to finish, this takes under a minute here once the things have been approved. And now this becomes another detection in our pipeline. And so now I'll talk a bit about what deploying this whole system looks like. So for Fleet, typically you deploy in the cloud via Terraform. It's really common to use AWS for this, but it's also really supported anywhere. And you can also deploy it manually to any suitable infrastructure. We'll talk a little bit about what suitable infrastructure means when we get to an architecture diagram in a minute. And you can connect it to the public internet or not, depending on what the needs are of your organization. So usually if you're working with workstations that people are using at home, you want to connect things to public internet, but maybe everyone's still on VPN these days, and maybe you do want to keep everything behind your VPN. Then you'd also want to install the Fleet Control command line tool for management and building packages for installing OS Query. And it's that Fleet Control command line tool that's being used in the demo that you saw when the queries and configuration are applied to Fleet in CI. And this URL includes information on how to do the deployment for Fleet. So this is at a high level what the infrastructure looks like for Fleet. In the center there, you can see there's a Fleet server. The Fleet server has a couple of infrastructure dependencies, specifically MySQL and Redis. When I say suitable infrastructure, basically I mean you can run Fleet anywhere, that you can run a server on Linux, and that you can get MySQL and Redis, which means pretty much any cloud platform you can imagine, or even just a bare metal server, something running in your basement if you just want to try this kind of thing at home. You can really do it anywhere. And then you've got your OS Query agents communicating with the Fleet server, and you've got your API clients, such as that Fleet Control command line tool, communicating with the Fleet server to update those configurations. And then once that's all configured, the logs flow from OS Query into the Fleet server, and the Fleet server then pushes it out to the logging destination. And so the deployment for OS Query typically goes like you generate installation packages via Fleet using that Fleet Control command line tool. Windows MSI packages, PKG on Mac OS, Deb for Debian and Ubuntu Linux distros, RPM for CentOS and Red Hat. And then you'd install those packages via kind of whatever the standard management workflow is that you've got on those machines. So for a lot of folks, that's Chef or Puppet. For workstations, that's often MDM. Anything that can install software packages can be used for this step. And at this URL, there's more information on how you can do that enrollment of your agents. And then for the Metano portion, essentially you install the Metano command line tool. The Metano command deploys all of the resources that you need to AWS. And as I mentioned before, this is all using AWS serverless technologies. So it sets up a bunch of Lambda functions and that kind of thing. And Metano has documents on how to get started with this deployment. This is a little bit of what the architecture of Metano looks like. And again, sort of on the far left, you can see the S3 ingestion. So this is where you can imagine the fleet diagram ends with writing the logs out to S3, and the Metano diagram starts with reading the logs in from S3. So it reads the logs in from S3, it runs detections, it saves the results, it saves the logs into a data lake, and it allows you to do the detections, alerting, and then historical queries on the data that's there. And for the source control portion, typically folks are going to be using GitHub, but you can use GitLab, Source Hut, whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. If you have a source control system, you can do GitOps and you can do detections as code. This is optional, but I do think it's a really great practice to configure required approvals for pull requests, because it just really helps to build discipline on the team, that we don't make changes on our own. We always involve other members of the team so that we're building the understanding and we're getting a double check on doing the right thing. I think that this is just like a great practice to adopt from software engineering into detection engineering and security engineering. And then you'll want to configure your continuous integration or CI system to automatically push the changes. So this is what it looks like in GitHub, for example, to require approvals. Just tick a couple of boxes, and then you get that UI built in. And then you have all of this audit log and all this records of who wrote something, who reviewed it, what discussion took place. That's all there as part of your source control system. And then this is what the CI configuration looks like. You don't need to fully understand this, but essentially we've just got a few steps where we check out the code, we install the Metano tools, we apply the configurations in Fleet. There's a small script that I wrote for that. And then we apply the Metano configurations. And the Fleet configuration, the Fleet apply basically looks like this. The top section is just to install the Fleet Control command line tool if it's not there. And then really we just set the configuration and we do the apply. So this runs all automatically each time someone makes a commit and helps to ensure that the changes are all synchronized to the repo. And I want to mention that we talked about a stack and a framework here that uses some tools that I'm familiar with, but really there's many ways to do this. So some alternatives that you could use if you want to build your own stack. For the telemetry portion that we talked about, Fleet and OS Query, there's some free and open source options like free and or open source. Again, back to Stallman, the definition of open source can be a bit complex, but there's things like Sysmon, WinLogBeat, those are pretty specific to Windows. There's Wazoo, Velociraptor, lots of great tools for gathering this data. And then, of course, there's the commercial tools like the EDR vendors, SentinelOne, CrowdStrike. Pretty much any of the EDR vendors will provide some way to get data out of those systems. It's not always as robust as you might like, so sometimes people layer on the open source tools to get additional information for their detection engineering practices. And then on the detection side, there's a number of alternatives as well. You could look at projects like ElastAlert, StreamAlert. On the commercial side, a big one these days is Panther, which also really takes the Python detections as code approach. So again, I think you don't really have to take what I'm saying here today as dogma. Take it as an invitation to build a system that works well for you and your organization. And some ideas for kind of digging deeper into this. In particular, I think it's worth thinking about the philosophy of, what is detection engineering and why do detections as code. And I think a really great piece of philosophy on this is from Palantir. They published on their blog in 2017. You can Google this. Alerting and Detection Strategy Framework, ADS framework they call it. And they said these are all the components that you should generate when creating new detections. So you should have a goal for the detection. You should categorize or tag what the purpose of the detection is. You should have a description of what the strategy is that's being used. You should provide some technical context. You should document what are the assumptions and what might be missed by this strategy. You should document the false positives. And you should provide some documentation or even better, automated validation that the detection is working. And some prioritization so that once the detection goes off, the analyst or whoever the defender is that's looking at this detection can understand how to prioritize this. And you should have some idea of what the response should be. And I think that one of the cool things that Matano did here is that you saw it only very briefly when I was going through the demo, but in their detection.yaml, they actually have places to document a number of these things. And in the alerts that are generated, they include things like the false positives information, the priority, the response and triage steps, the categorization. So it helps to build the context when that alert comes up, helps to build the context for understanding what to do next and why and how. And one more, additional resources. Another great place to dig further into this is through automation. So automate the job of the responder as much as possible. That's kind of a general high-level idea here. But in particular, you can do things like enrich the logs and alerts. Matano does this. Pretty much any of these kind of systems will help to do that. So if there's going to be a step that always needs to take place after some alert fires, don't make the analyst do it. Don't make the responder do it. Build that into the process. You can engage end users. So you noticed a suspicious login attempt. You noticed that someone just logged in from a country that you don't expect them from. You can engage them through email, chat, Slack, that kind of thing. And there's lots of blogs where people talk about how they've done this kind of thing in the past. And you can use SOAR platforms to kick off additional, more enrichment, but also response actions. And there's a lot of great options, both free and open source, for SOAR these days. And testing, I think, is super important. So include testing as part of the process. We saw in Palantir's framework, they talked about validation. So I think it's great to request that as someone builds these things, they document how was it tested and how can it be tested in the future. In particular, you can put that kind of thing in the same pull request, and you can discuss between the reviewer and the creator how this was done and how it will be maintained in the future. And one tool that might be interesting for looking into is Atomic Red Team. This is also free and open source, and this helps to simulate attacks and might be useful if you're trying to build testing and validation around the detections that you've built. And so I just want to say, you can do this. This is something that anyone can do. These tools are free. You can go back to your job or to your home lab and build a system like this today. You can do it with off-the-shelf projects. You can write code yourself. You don't have to be a software engineer, and you don't have to be a detection engineer yet to do this. But I do believe that this is going to help kind of all of us in the security industry be more effective, make our organizations more effective, and you can do it. So just kind of coming back, I want to remember to understand the concept here. So the concept is detection engineering allows us to be more proactive and more adaptable to the threats that our organization is facing. So we can define those very rigorously. We can build processes to help us enforce those things. We can deploy these tools. Again, there's a set of tools here, but there's a number of alternatives, so there's not one way to do this. And it is really important to establish the process. So again, for an idea of that, take a look at Palantir's ADS process, but there's lots of ways to do this, and I think that the tools help to encourage good practices here. And then iterate. Once you've got something going, this is ripe for improvement. So make it work once and then do it again. See what you learn, share with the community, and share with the others in your organization. I think that these processes, because we've built them ourselves in detection engineering, we have the opportunity to keep making them better. And I think that that's something that's really special and empowering about this. So that's it. Thank you everyone for attending, and you can find me in these various places. If you're interested in building these kind of tools, we're hiring at Fleet. And thank you. I think we have about 4 minutes left. If folks have any questions, please come up to the microphone if you do.
So 2 questions. The first is, does this stuff come with a set of canned queries for things that most security administrators would want to look at? And then the second is there some form of correlation between what should be configured, which we've run through the GitOps process, and what's actually running? Since that would seem to be kind of the optimal goal, right?
Yeah, so for the what should you be looking for portion, on the OS query side, there's a number of resources on my company's website, fleetdm.com/queries. We have a number of queries that are recommended as starting points for things to be looking for. The OS query repository itself has some queries that are available there. And again, I'm shouting out Palantir a lot here, but they published a large set of OS query queries as well. So there's some good stuff to get started with in that way. And for the second question was about how do you validate that configuration hasn't kind of drifted from where you intend for it to be? Yeah, that's a great question. And in particular with Matano, the only way to configure these things is through kind of detection as code. In Fleet in Fleet, when you're configuring the OS query queries, there is also a user interface that you can use to do these configurations, and I think that that's where you potentially become more vulnerable to drift. Something that you can do in Fleet is there's different permissions levels that users can have, and you can set it so that users can view the queries that are configured, but not actually modify them from the UI, and then you can set it up so that only your UI system can make those changes, and then that will help to prevent drift in that case. You can also do things like have your CI system just do a daily run where it pushes those configurations up. It doesn't have to be just every time a modification is made.
Thank you for the great talk. You should check out Mount Charleston. It's in prime conditions right now, climbing-wise. And my question is about performance impact. I think the worst nightmare of security, person is like shutting down the whole endpoint fleet, right? So how prevalent are performance degradation problems, and what are the ways to address them?
Yeah, great question. So in terms of performance, like I said, OS query has really been designed from the ground up to be able to deploy it on massive production infrastructures. There's a few things that you have there. So one is the code is fairly painstakingly written, and there are guidelines to how the code is written to ensure that things are as performant as possible. But that does not mean that there's a guarantee that performance will always be acceptable. So what OS query has built in is something that's called the watchdog, which essentially is there's a worker and watcher process in OS query where the watcher, its sole job is to look at the resource consumption of the worker, and if that ever exceeds some predefined thresholds, then it will kill the worker process. and then it will deny list the query that was running at the time that it was killed, so that you don't have runaway queries taking over the performance of a machine. Because totally agreed, like the last thing that we ever want as a security team is to take down our organization with our detections. And we're at time now, y'all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zach. It was a very, very insightful talk.
But I don't wanna You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, oh, me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Just not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh. up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak just my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh.
presenting their talk on You Have Gained +2 Perception, Level Up Your Red Team with a New Capability Maturity module. And before we begin, I have a few announcements. First of all, we would like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsor Adobe and our gold sponsor Prisma Cloud, Blue Cat, Toyota. It's with their support along with our other sponsors, donors and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being live streamed, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we would like to ask you to check to make sure that your cell phones are in silent mode. And if you have any question, please use the audience microphone so that YouTube can hear you too. So with that, let's get started, and please welcome our speakers.
What up, nerds? Congratulations on gaining +2 perception by attending this presentation today. We're going to be talking about a capability maturity model we released earlier this year. If you don't know what one of those is, it's okay, we're going to cover it. As you might tell, this is a Fallout-themed presentation. If you haven't played those, you should go do that. Bonus points if you can get them all in before Starfield comes out later this year. But a little bit about us, not that anyone cares. My name is Brent. I run the Red Team at Humana, and with me today is Garrett Stropp. He is the Director of Cyber Threat Simulation, which includes Red Team, pen testing, and breach and attack simulation. The only stats you need to know for me is that if you see me at an airport, you better hope you're not on my flight because I have absolutely zero luck. It will be delayed. And my charisma level depends on how much you like sarcasm. If you don't like sarcasm, you won't like me, but the feeling's mutual, so it's okay. A little bit about the agenda for today. We're going to start with what is a capability maturity model. And the model that we built, a little bit of the history of how we got there, why you should use this one. And then we're going to do a pretty lightning speed coverage of some of the key elements of this model. We only have 20 minutes. We're going to try and leave time for questions. And we'll wrap up with some implementation ideas of how we did this at Humana to get your juices flowing on how you can take this back to your teams. So what's your special? If you've played any RPG or watched Stranger Things and got a little bit of Dungeons and Dragons, you've probably heard of strength and intelligence and dexterity and whatever else. These are stats that affect your character, how much health they have, how much damage they do, all those sorts of things. Well, in the Fallout series, special is that set of internal stats, strength, perception, endurance, etc. But beyond what some other games do, these stats don't just affect how much health you have or how much damage you do, they affect what perks you can get. And there's a big old perk tree with a whole bunch of interesting things, passive and active, that you can add points to, but they're locked behind certain levels of these stats. So if you want to be an uber sniper, you've got to dump some points into perception to get to those perks. If you want everything to blow up in a nice gory mess of giblets, you got to level up your luck to get the bloody mess perk. But if you're like me, you've probably spent a lot of time at the start of a new character trying to figure out, what am I going to do? What do I want to get from that perk chart? How am I going to do this from a leveling standpoint? When do I need to put points in perception or whatever else? But how many times do we do that in our professional lives? Probably not quite as often as we would like, right? So as we talk today, consider the capability maturity model your special. As you focus on maturing certain elements that are within this model for your team, you're going to be unlocking new capabilities, new abilities that will provide your team with better aptitude to conduct operations or better ways to provide value to the organization. So with that, I'll pass it over to Garrett to talk about maturity models.
So this talk is normally an hour long. We're going to fly through it. We've only got about 15 to 20 minutes today. Traditional capability maturity model started in software engineering. You've got 5 levels. Starts at level 1. This simply means you can do the thing, whatever that thing is, whatever the subject is. Level 2 means you can do it, but you have a repeatable, consistent outcome. You know what to expect. Level 3, we define it with documentation, so it's easily understood by not only that team performing the service, but also others. You could think an auditor in this case, oftentimes asking, how do you do what you do? Well, if you're not at least a level 3, good luck. Level 4, we introduce data so that you can measure and manage whatever that subject is. And level 5 is all about continuous improvement, where you're driving efficiencies and optimization. Here in a little bit, we'll jump into the inventory section, which is the 10,000-foot view of the model. But Brent's going to speak to a couple of instances where you likely don't want to be a level 5. It doesn't make sense. And that's going to vary based on your organizational requirements. If you go to redteams.fyi, you'll see where we started. Redteams.fyi was a great start for capability maturity models for Red Team, but there are a few things we wanted to improve upon. Before I get there, the red teams.fyi model, it's real lightweight, it's easy to absorb, it's easy to implement. But if you follow the subjects, it's not as consistent as we would like. Doesn't always build upon itself. So we decided to build a model with a common format. Selfishly, whenever our executives are talking about the future, the strategy, the funding of our security organization, OffSec never had a seat at the table. They're not talking about red team, pen testing, breach attack simulation, purple teaming, because it's not built into those deprecated models. I wanted something that could slide right into that. So in this case, red team in particular was able to have a seat at the table. The standard descriptors, all this means is that when you're talking about vulnerability management or configuration management, asset management, any of the other topics that the models speak to, level 3 is a level 3. It's all about it being defined. Level 5 is a level 5. It's consistent and easy to understand by everybody in the room that might not be in a red team. And then we expanded the subjects. The red teams.fyi model, great model, but there were a handful of subjects that we wanted to focus on, which Brent is going to jump into now.
Thank you very much. So at the 10,000-foot view, this is the overview of the model. You got 4 categories, 27 subjects, obviously not evenly distributed here. There's no secret sauce with these categories. You're going to find these in other capability maturity models, people, processes, technology, program. It's not that crazy. They're just a way to bucket the different things that you're going for. The subjects are those special stats that you're trying to dump points into to level up. Typically, you would do your reporting at the category level, though. You're going to say, I'm a 3.2 out of 5 on processes overall. You wouldn't necessarily report on a subject-by-subject basis. Now, before we dig into some of the high points of these things, I want to throw a few caveats. Garrett mentioned one of them. I was just talking to another red team a couple weeks ago. They wanted to make some changes to the model because their team is only 3 people. I can relate, our team is 4, right? As a result, they didn't feel they could get to a level 5 in one of the areas because there just was not the manpower to back it up. And so they wanted to try and reduce that a little bit because, hey, we're a really mature team. Why can't we get to a level 5? I just want to encourage everyone, you don't have to get there. And a perfect example is in our organization. Through the editing process, we ended up adding a subject for relationships with HR. The organization that brought that up was really seeing fruit with that. Humana, they're not a great stakeholder for us. They don't really impact our operations. We're leaving that at level 1. There's only so much time in a day. You cannot get to everything, just like you can't get to all the perks in Fallout unless you add mods, right? You can only focus on the things you have time for. That's number 1. You don't have to get to level 5. You're trying to get to the place where it's acceptable for your leadership and works for your organization. Second one, Vault-Tec recommends that this is for internal teams that are staffed. What do I mean by that? The internal side, there's going to be consultancies that can use elements of this, but they're going to care about things that aren't in the model, like having a lab that accounts for all of their clients, so CrowdStrike, Microsoft, whatever, versus an internal team, they just need to match the one EDR product. The other side, they're going to not care about some of the things that are in the model. They don't have to have enduring relationships with our organization's legal team or our defenders, right? So it's coming at this from a perspective of internal. If you want to write an addendum for this for consultancies, would love to talk. But the second part of this is that it's staffed. And that does not mean an OffSec manager who oversees third-party assessments. It doesn't mean pen testers who sometimes do red teamy things because those are different fields. And it certainly doesn't mean Larry, who stays late on Thursdays. He's an insider threat. You should take him out into the wasteland and leave him for death claws. So processes is the second largest category in here. We often care about the what. We love hacking things. We like obtaining shells. We're very interested in that. But how we do that is incredibly important. Because you might come across a flaw and do what you need to do in this particular operation, and 9 months later, 10 months later, you come across the same thing, but you can't remember what you did because you didn't document it in a knowledge base somehow, and you got to recreate the wheel and figure out, how do I do this again? You also might pick bad operations. If you're targeting something, you write up all these findings about this cool little network segment that you attacked, and then leadership tells you, hey, we're decommissioning that in a month. No one's going to do anything about it. Not the greatest generation of data there. So how we do what we do is really going to ultimately reduce your shell acquisition time, get you back to the things that you love, but in a more consistent way. This is really the core of maturity here. Now, technology is the what. Obviously, if we want to go get shells, we've got to have the tools to do that. We can talk about the how all day long, but when the rubber meets the road here. You got to have the tooling, you got to have the infrastructure. And that's what this is focused on. Not going to belabor the point too much other than to say that the focus here with the maturity model piece is on getting operational capability that fits your organization. If you have a very immature security org that's maybe just starting, perhaps Invoke Mimikatz and PowerShell is going to work for you. It's probably not going to work in a different place, and so you're going to have to go do some development. But the focus of the maturity model itself is on that, your ability to meet your operational needs and requirements, not on, hey, I got to go buy Nighthawk or I have to develop a custom C2 if it's not operationally relevant for you. Now, the other big thing is to test. Have a test environment. You don't get a little fat man in Fallout and go run it right at a Deathclaw because you're probably going to underestimate how much arc is in that thing, and you're going to miss, and then it's going to be up in your face. Maybe try it on a bloatfly or a rad scorpion if you're feeling sexy. Try that with your tools. Make sure it works. Make sure that you understand how it's working so that you can give the blue team telemetry as well. That's an incredibly important addition to not just having the tool set, but really understanding it. Next one up is people. This is by far the biggest category. 11 of the subjects here, 7 of them are on relationships with other teams. Now in the game, you're called the lone survivor. You're not actually alone though. You're trying to meet other people, gain companions, trade with folks, and you have to do the same thing here. At the end of the day, we are not actually attackers. We are part of the defensive apparatus of the organization. We just happen to attack things in order to find those holes. But if we have an adversarial relationship with our defenders, our engineers, or we don't have a good relationship with legal who isn't going to back us up when we do something stupid, that's all problems. You're not alone in the wasteland here. You have to develop those relationships. On the flip side, focusing internally, you got to make sure that there's time to go find those skill books in the wasteland and spend some time with R&D and training to build the skill sets internally. And that's one of the first things I asked for when I joined Humana, which Garrett has been very supportive of, is Fridays of R&D day. What new things can we be bringing to the table by thinking about things, by doing some research and developing new tools? And last but not least, if my slides will advance, that's too far, program. People probably consider this even less sexy than processes. But if you're not telling people about all the raider bases you're taking down and the super mutants you're killing, what are you really doing? Because you're part of the organization. The people who pay your bills probably aren't going to see a lot of value in that, and they're not likely to support the things that you need to do to get to higher levels of maturity in other areas. So focusing on aligning the red team strategy with the organization strategy and vice versa, helping the organization leverage the red team to drive their strategy through good metrics, through understanding what product lines you have available through offensive security and red team in particular, is a great way to coordinate with leadership. Now, one thing that's really important for us is that knowledge sharing piece. We're out in this massive wasteland where there's a whole bunch of dangers, and it's not Humana versus Cigna versus any other insurance company or Google versus Facebook or anything like that. It's us against the same people. We're all trying to defend our organization against the same types of people that are attacking other organizations. And we use so much knowledge from the security field that it's imperative as your team matures to speak back into that. Now, R&D doesn't happen overnight, right? I'm not saying dump all your coolest tools onto GitHub so they can be signatured and unusable anymore. But when it's operationally reasonable to do so, or you can do something like a conference talk and share an idea, that is the hallmark of a mature team. So with that, I'm going to pass it to Garrett on a few ideas on how to implement this.
We started with scoring. We had 6 folks, red team, program management, and myself, score where we are today and where we desire to be by end of year for each of the 27 subjects. Through this, there was a lot of debate. We consolidated all those responses. They were done independently, so nobody really knew what the other individual was scoring. And we had a lot of friendly arguing about where we thought we were. What's great about this, though, is it drives unified vision and alignment amongst the team, especially with the smaller teams, right? A lot of red teams are small. If you don't have that team marching toward the same goals, you're probably going to be quite a bit less effective. That happens right here, getting everybody on the same page with where you are and what good looks like. Once you understand that, you need to build the roadmap to get there. For us, we use Miro, just virtual stickies on virtual whiteboard to throw all of our ideas out there. We do that independently as well, so that we don't get groupthink. We consolidate the like ideas, build a theme, and then we start decomposing that into workable chunks in Azure DevOps. So we build our epics, features, stories, tasks, etc. from that, continuously refining and prioritizing that backlog. Selfishly, what I really like about this is it allows us to be pretty dynamic and fluid. So if there is a risk that arises or an unforeseen business initiative that we need to inject ourselves into, because of how our backlog is built and defined, it allows us to be really flexible. We can hit the pause button on something, build an op or campaign regardless of size to satisfy the business need. Again, that's our purpose, is to serve the business, and pivot. The full model, it's on Brent's GitHub. However, if you just want to see the website, which has most of the model as well, just not an easy to modify form, go to redteammaturity.com. We've got the Typo Squat domain as well, so if you accidentally drop an M, no sweat, you'll get redirected. If you trust us, pull the Excel, enable macros, have fun. If you don't trust us, pull the CSV. And again, while we built the initial version internally at one of our summits, it wouldn't be polished if it wasn't for some of the help from Andy, Matt, and Johan from Zoom, Charter, and EA, respectively. I think we have just a few minutes left if there are any questions.
One additional comment, the slides are also on my GitHub, the BC Hero. So if you want these, I also put the template up there if you wanted to have fun with the template. So that is there for your review.
Cool. Thanks.
Thank you.
kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high. Oh, oh,
Risks in third-party GitHub actions given by our speaker Jan Avatal. I have a few announcements before we begin. We would like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsor Adobe and our gold sponsor Prisma Cloud, Blue Cat, Toyota. It's with their support along with our other sponsors, donors and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being live streamed, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure your cell phones are set to silent. If you have any questions, please use the audience microphone so that YouTube can hear you as well. And with that, let's begin and get started. Please welcome our speaker.
Hi guys, my name is Yaron Avital. Thank you for coming to my talk. Really excited to be here. I'm a security researcher at Palo Alto, and I have about 15 years of experience in the cybersecurity space, both as a developer and a security researcher. Previously, I worked at cybersecurity, where we were focused on CI/CD security, And we created a fairly popular break the build CI/CD code. So if you want to learn how to hack pipelines, this is the project for you. You can search it up in Google or GitHub. Palo Alto acquired cybersecurity about 6 months ago, so I've been working ever since. Now, in today's talk, we're going to talk about GitHub Actions and the problematic permissions model of GitHub Actions, which, in my mind, encourage users to make mistakes, security-wise, and what would have been a very profound mitigation that simply has a significant loophole in it. I'm going to show you surprising statistics from analyzing open source projects across the globe, and a few takeaways so you can better defend your projects. So GitHub Actions is a very popular CI/CD platform by GitHub, which allows you to build, test, and deploy your code automatically. And it has a very rich and extensive third-party action marketplace. You can think of an action as a software package that instead of developing the logic inside your workflow, you can simply use the action from the marketplace. Now, most of the actions are developed by the community and not by GitHub. And everyone basically can write their own code and post it as an action in the marketplace. So what initiated this research is actually me analyzing, going over build logs of public projects. It's a hobby of mine, don't judge. And I noticed a phenomenon where benign action developed by unknown developer basically has full-blown permissions against the repository. And I wanted to see exactly what is the root cause and why it is so widespread. So let us begin with a quote by GitHub where it states, "There is significant risk in sourcing actions from third-party repositories on GitHub." Now that sounds pretty severe to me. Let's see how the GitHub users handle this warning. So the way things work in GitHub Actions, every time a workflow starts, or a job to be precise, GitHub creates a short-lived token called the GitHub token in order for the workflow to be able to interact with a repository. Now we can set permissions to the GitHub token in the workflow YAML file, either by specifying permissions for the entire workflow or for a specific job. We can set permissions for all of the scopes or particular ones. So GitHub does a pretty good job providing options to specifying permissions. But if you don't set permissions inside your workflow, the default permissions of the organization or the repo will kick in. It used to be right on all scopes up until February 2023. Only then GitHub realized it's probably way too permissive and decided to change it to read only. But they didn't change it for existing organizations, only for new ones, because I guess they didn't want to break builds across the globe, which leaves the vast majority of projects on GitHub having write permission to this very day. Now let's review more of the sensitive scopes we can assign to GitHub Actions. Contents being the obvious one allows the workflow to push new code to the repository. ID token, which allows the workflow to authenticate against a cloud provider like AWS or Azure on your behalf via the OIDC protocol. Packages, which allows the workflow to upload new packages, administrate that part of the repository, packages that will be consumed later by the production environment or by your customers. And lastly, we have actions, which allows the administration of the GitHub Actions part of the repository. Now let's review an attacker trying to compromise a third-party GitHub action. It can happen in attacks like command injection or repo jacking or many other techniques out there. And if you're thinking, what are the chances I get compromised? It rarely ever happens. So my colleague Asi, who sits here in the audience, just gave an awesome talk yesterday about how he managed to take over third-party actions by the thousands. So these things happens all the time. And our attacker here can push, after he took over the third-party GitHub action, can push a new malicious code, which will then be executed inside the pipeline, which will, in fact, poison the workflow. And from there, he can reach all the way to the repository or the production environment. Okay, so now that we understand the risks, let's try to reduce the attack surface by managing the permissions correctly. So let's say I'm a developer, I'd like to use a third-party GitHub action. My boss told me it's a good idea to have more AI in my project because AI is the best big thing. So I'm heading down to the actions, marketplace, search something with AI, and I found this, open commit, improve commits with AI. Sounds brilliant, exactly what I needed. But there is no place here on the marketplace page or the repo page where I can see the permission this action requires. So in order to set the permissions correctly. Now, in GitHub ecosystem, we have a concept called a GitHub app where I can approve the permission and I get actually getting prompt to approve permissions, but it's not the case here. All I have to do to use this action is basically copy a snippet of the action name, and I can run it inside my workflow without specifying anything. So this was my exact reaction when I saw this, like, where the permission I need? So I've decided to develop a tool that does exactly that, called Piper. It's a shortcut for pipeline and permissions. And what it does, it can take any third-party action, do a static code analysis on the code, and finally outputting the exact permission it needs, no more, no less, by analyzing the usage of the code against the repository. Let's see a few more examples. Here we have the OctoKit, which is a client by GitHub, very popular one, which enables the repository to interact with the repository, with the workflow, sorry, to interact with the repository. And we can see here that it uses a pull request. So I can derive from that what the permission it needs. Furthermore, I can interact. There are many ways to interact with the repository. You have a REST API, Bash, GraphQL. So I've written a lot of static code analysis rules, mapping all the usages against the repository, and I know exactly the permission it needs. So after I wrote Piper, I decided I wanted to see how the major public repositories, major public open source projects are handling permissions in GitHub. So I took the 2,000 repos, which had 6,000 workflows and 1,000 unique actions from the top starred open source GitHub projects. All the big names are here. We will see in a moment. And I wanted to see exactly how they manage permissions, so I've created a database of actions and their permissions using Piper. And I'll went over and analyzed the workflows and extracted the actions they use and the granted permissions by taking a look at the build logs. You can see on the right. Each time a workflow runs, it prints basically all the permission it needs in the build log. So once I have that, I can compare granted permissions versus required permissions. And I found this insane number of 93% of the open source projects, the big ones, doesn't even manage their permissions. No one basically doing it right out there, having at least one excessive workflow permissions. Also, I found out that 50% of the action doesn't even require GitHub token in order to operate. Like if you take, for example, Slack Notify, with the sole purpose of sending a Slack message from the workflow, it doesn't do any interaction with the repository. It doesn't need permissions. Yet again, in a lot of time, having full-blown permissions against the repository. Same goes for Set Python and many other actions, which does not require the GitHub token from the first place. And all you have to do in order to mitigate the risk is simply set the permissions to none, like this. Another interesting figure I found is that 94% of the action actually use 3 scopes, up to 3 scopes out of 15 available, leaving the more dangerous one aside. Issues, pull requests, and concepts read being the more popular ones. And this is another slide that blew my mind. This is actually the essence of this research. We can see here open source projects we all use, Microsoft, Cloudflare, and Airbnb, granting write all permissions again, on all scopes to benign action, nobody knows, maintained by a private developer with low number of stars. You can see the stars on the right. I'm sure Microsoft is putting a lot of time and effort to manage their employee permissions against SCMs. But here, we can see just an unknown developer on the internet. Sure, let him have every permission he wants, basically. So to mitigate the risks, we have a concept that is called action pinning, which is recommended by GitHub. And what GitHub actually means by that is that we pin against a certain commit hash of the action, so that will ensure that I will always work with a safe version of the action. Now, the way to do so is not by pinning to a branch, as we can see on the first row, or to a release tag. The only proper way to do so is to use the full commit hash, as we can see on the last row. Now, going back to the drawing, let's see what happens if an attacker will try to overtake this action this time. So we have a workflow, and we are pinned against a certain commit hash in the green. But our attacker can come, push a new malicious code after he took over the third-party GitHub action, of course. But it won't have any effect on the workflow because we are always taking the commit hash in green. So this is supposed to have complete remediation over an attacker compromising third-party action, right? Well, this is wrong, as I've discovered doing my research, actually. And I want to introduce you a concept that is called the unpinnable actions, which I came up with. Actions that, even if pinned, can still have devastating results once compromised over the workflow. So let's consider this workflow, a very simple one. It's a workflow named CI, and it uses an action you can see below called unpinnable action with a full commit hash, as it should. However, for the first time it ran, it printed out hello world, but in the second time, I've got pwned. So how it's even possible if the workflow hasn't changed and pinned against the commit hash, so the actions code hasn't changed it. How is it possible? So I will teach you the trick. I will teach you the trick in a moment, but for us to have a better understanding, let's do a quick recap on the type of actions. So just a moment. So we have three types of actions. We have the JavaScript action, which allows me to write in JavaScript or TypeScript and the actions code. It's very popular. We have the OctoKit client I just showed you. Now, if I require more heavy lifting, certain operating system or dependencies, I can use the Docker container action. And lastly, we have the composite actions, which allows me to write bash inside the YAML file or simply use another action within the YAML file, so I can call another action. And it's very good for short operations. Now, going back to the workflow we just saw, so here we have the commit hash. And moving on to the repositories code of the action, uses the same hash. So that means it cannot change. But what we have here is actually this action pulls the latest tag of a Docker image from container registry, which completely voids the pinning, because latest tag is mutable, and it's the complete opposite of the concept. So basically, it means that every time this action will run, it will pull the latest tag, and the new code will be introduced inside my workflow. So going back to the drawing one last time, here we have the same workflow pinned against the commit hash, but our attacker this time can take another approach and try to take over the Docker container registry of this action and push a new image tag, the latest image tag, which will then run inside the third-party GitHub action, which all the way to the workflow, and from there, you know the drill, to the repository or the production environment. Now, what I just saw you is not one scenario. I can show you in each of every type of action how to do so, how to escape the pinning. Another way to write a Docker container action is to supply a Docker file. And here we can see unlock packages, Python packages in this example, without requirements.txt, which again violates the concept of pinning. Here we can see download and installation of third-party binaries without checksum. Now moving on to the composite actions, we can see here our action uses another action, but in an unpinned way. So again, it's actually tamper with the pinning mechanism. You can see here another example of how can we escape pinning with pulling a mutable tag. And here we have an NPM installation, again without locking, of a JavaScript package. And lastly, we have JavaScript, which action, which the situation there is slightly better because there are no runtime installation of packages, but we can still fetch resources scripts from the outside world, and by that, actually tamper with the pinning. So I love numbers, so I took 1,000 actions, again, top start actions from the marketplace, and found out that 32% of them actually are unpinnable, which I call them. So it's not surprising to see that 67% of the work for the do pin directions, they have done the heavy lifting of calculating the checksum, are pinning against an unpinnable action. That's an insane number. Basically, a lot of workflows out there can be compromised. Few takeaways so you'll be able to defend yourself before we end this talk is this is very basic. You can set the default workflow permissions inside your organization, GitHub organization, to read instead of the permissive write. Specify exact permissions inside your workflow file. Now, GitHub, just in time for this talk, released a tool. It's still in public beta that enables you to calculate the actions, the permission you needed for each action. Same like Piper, but they took a different approach. They are installing a proxy. It's a little bit more intrusive. Now, this we haven't covered during this talk, but you can isolate actions to different jobs because job runs in containerized environment. If one job gets compromised, it won't affect the other. And lastly, do pin your actions. It's not a perfect mechanism, but it's better than nothing. And you can use a cool open source project called Ratchet to do the pinning automatically on your workflows. And if you do found a third-party action you would like to use, which is unpinnable, you can always fork it, lock it, and change it from there. And to conclude this talk, let's end with a quote by the late Ronald Reagan, which said about GitHub Actions, "Don't trust and verify." Thank you. If you have any questions. Sure.
It occurs to me there's a lot of similarities between GitHub Actions, dependencies, and standard like Node packages, Python packages, which already have their own set of problems.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that there's anything that GitHub should be learning from what we've already learned in those spaces with poisoning to secure this supply chain?
Yeah, I think the GitHub should handle a third-party action as a whole, not to do stuff maybe at runtime if it's possible. I know that I think it's in their roadmap to maybe have a binary instead of a third-party action, which will block from any runtime installations and which allow the escaping of the pinning.
Follow-up question. So I know that I think it's Google or somebody has a group out there for like open source projects that are too big to fail, which need like additional monitoring and security and whatnot. Do you think that these actions that are widely used should be a candidate for that pool of express open source security evaluation, right, to make sure they don't get poisoned?
Yeah, so basically there are a lot of mitigations you can do when you're using a third-party GitHub action. Starting from blocking network to the outside world, blocking the attackers from interacting with the CNC. And, The obvious thing will be to vet the code of the action before you use it and try to see if it's really pinned or not.
Thank you.
Thank you for the great talk. You mentioned that you use static analysis to analyze necessary permissions for the actions.
Yeah.
Have you encountered any tools that would use static analysis to just assess the risk of the third-party action?
Actually, no, because it's pretty specific to analyze third-party GitHub action on its own. I'm not looking for vulnerabilities. In the case of Piper, the tool I wrote, I specifically checked for usages so I can map those to permissions.
Are you aware of any exploitation that has occurred using this method?
Yes, of course. Basically, my team and I are doing several disclosures a month for major projects by attacking the dependencies. So it happens all the time, yes. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Anand. It was a very good talk. sponsors, Prisma Cloud, Blue Cat, Toyota. It's with their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers, that make this event possible. These talks are being live streamed, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure that your cell phones are set to silent. If you have any question, please use the audience microphone so that YouTube can hear you as well. And with that, let's get started. Please welcome Vinay.
Hey. Hope everyone is having fun at B-Sides. Last few talks, so bear with me. Awesome. So I'm here to talk about M&A security. Security is a complex landscape, and mergers and acquisitions even more so. And it's one of the critical aspects of that requires careful consideration. So hopefully, no matter where you are in your careers and if you've done M&A or not, hopefully you have some takeaways here to go and apply back to your programs. I'm Vinay. I work as a security lead at Snap. I primarily have worked in product security before this. I was lucky to be associated with over 20 plus acquisitions throughout my career. And one of the most interesting ones was Yammer. So anyone remember Yammer? Yeah? Yeah, there you go. That was Microsoft's attempt at social network. But they're doing pretty well with LinkedIn, so there's that. And that was when I was at Microsoft. We are hiring, so please come and talk to me and learn more about our InfoSec program. We also have a security lead here from our company who's also hiring, so please go talk to him. And we do have a bug bounty program on HackerOne, so please participate. And if you want to know more, please come chat with me. This was another co-presenter of mine who unfortunately couldn't make it due to family emergency. But hey, thanks, Murali, and hope everything is good with you and your family. So today I'll be talking and giving you a crash course on M&A. These are all the things that I wish I had known when I took over the M&A program and we started doing this as just a security engineer who started doing mergers and acquisitions. So hopefully a lot of you will see how the sausage is made behind the scenes and sort of get a glimpse into the M&A security world, which is sort of not very common, right? Not a lot of companies are doing M&A. M&A is kind of like, hidden and it's within the corporate development strategy teams. So hopefully you can take away some of this and see if it actually applies for yourself. We'll talk about some key stakeholders, how M&A is done, what are the different strategies, and we'll talk a lot about the pre-acquisition phase, which is all the things that happen before a deal is closed. And then I'll talk about what happens after the deal is closed. And basically throughout, I'll give you some case studies, some of things that may or may not have happened, at my company, and then nothing can be accepted or denied. And hopefully you'll have some takeaways, and hold your questions for the end, or if you have a question that in the middle, please feel free to walk up to the podium. Just a few disclaimers. The obligatory, your mileage may vary. This worked for us. We had a short time frame to do M&As, and we did about 20 of them, so we had to do a lot of innovation and sort of adopt new processes. You might have a much bigger and better M&A program, or you might be starting off, so take it with a grain of salt, and if there are areas of improvement, please come talk to me, and if you want ideas or these playbooks or these strategies, happy to pass them along. Oh, and if any of you did not watch Succession on HBO, I'm sorry, the memes may or may not make sense to you. So hopefully that forgive me. Awesome. So essentially, this slide, take this slide and see how the M&A is moving from a very busy cycle to it's starting to slow down now. Right? So M&A is very cyclical. So during the boom cycle and the bust cycle, it goes really up, because when valuations are very high, companies go shopping. And when valuations are really low, companies go for sale. So this is the transition period. So 2023, think of it as like a slow period when there is economic uncertainty, valuations are getting readjusted. So a lot of M&A activity has slowed down, but the general trend is it's going to start picking up. And then here, if you see, it also depends on sectors. There are some sectors where it's still kind of happening, right? Like in energy and natural resources, it's still happening. Financial services, it's still happening. So generally, the valuation EBITDA gives you an idea of whether the M&A activity is happening or not. So in tech, if you see, it's fallen down drastically, but that kind of like helps reset and reevaluate for next year. So the general takeaway is that deal making is resuming. So be prepared, and so hopefully you can take back some of this to your team for next years. So one of the things that M&A program works is it comes from the corporate development strategy. So there is a team, centralized team within your company called Corp Dev. So if anyone hears the word Corp Dev, they're just a team who's thinking about how to do M&A, right? So you're a business development manager, or you're a VP. You go to this team and you say, hey, I want to do an M&A. I want to add a new product or service or feature to my portfolio. And then the team goes and evaluates it and sees potential options. Sometimes you can bring options to them, and they then pursue that deal, and that's sort of like how the M&A life cycle begins. So one of the useful things for you to understand as a security team or a security org is what your company's strategy is. Your company could just be an opportunist, whereas those are companies like DocuSign or UiPath, right? They're very strategic. They don't do too many acquisitions. Then you have the companies like Spotify or Roku or Slack, which kind of acquires to just add new product capability, right? So those companies, it's moderate deal volume, and it's very, very focused on specific business units. Then you have the large companies like Microsoft, Google, which have huge corp dev teams, right? So they have entire teams which specialize in M&As. They have like teams which can help with integration, with due diligence, and that's a much different and more complex landscape. And then you have the serial acquirers, right? So all the companies out there, they're hoping to get acquired by Palo Alto Networks someday, and then so that's sort of like the serial acquirer strategy. So depending on where your company fits, you can then plan your own InfoSec program around that. So a good thing to do is just go talk to your corp dev strategy team and say, hey, where do we fall? What's our 6-month to 1-year roadmap? Be prepared, and the business likes this. And if you see, depending on where you land here, your deal volume will either increase or decrease. So basic takeaway: go talk to your corp dev team. Don't be scared. Get input from them so that you can plan your InfoSec program accordingly. So why should we care about M&A security, right? Like we have, as security people, we have a lot of priorities, right? Everything is a priority. So why do we care about this? Well, one good reason is the classic, the unknown risk, right? So just like open source security, you have M&A where you might have the most robust defenses within your org, but then you hire a 20-person team, a 30-person team whose focus is not security, and they come in with either a vulnerability or they come in with like malware, and then your whole ecosystem then gets affected, right? So it's important to look at M&A and do the right due diligence so that your whole security posture doesn't get affected by sort of the weakest link, right? Like it's back to basics. This is just basics. So let's think about also the business impact. Who here remembers Yahoo deal, right? Like so Yahoo, when they did the due diligence, they found that Yahoo had been breached, and that actually for the first time put a dollar value to the risk, right? So immediately their value got knocked down, and that actually created input into a lot of M&A teams to start going and doing the right due diligence. And then there was Marriott, right? So Starwood at that time was one of the largest US hotel chains, and they got bought out by Marriott in 2016. I can see some people are recognizing the meme here. So in 2016, when they bought it, they then realized that the Starwood had a breach in 2014. So for 2 years, their network had been breached. They had active malicious actors within their network. And when Marriott and Starwood then integrated that systems, guess whose problem it became, right? So it just then became Marriott's problem. So Marriott had to pay massive fines. And then all of this, I mean, I'm not trying to point fingers, but essentially all of these can or could have been unearthed if they were the right due diligence strategies were done, which did happen with Yahoo. But just that's one of the reasons why you want to care about an M&A, or when you're trying to buy a company, is to make sure that you're not owning their risk, or at least bring it up to the business that, hey, this risk exists, and the right evaluation or right valuation for the deal can be done. So this is sort of like the big picture, or like how a M&A is done, right? So you have the whole period before the deal is closed, which is the deal is closed. So you have the pre-acquisition due diligence, and post-close, there's a bunch of post-close activities that's done. So I'll bring this slide up a couple of times because you'll see this over and over again, but essentially there are a bunch of activities before and then after. And then the whole deal timeline is about 8 weeks, right? So you have about 8 to 16 weeks. You're given only 8 to 16 weeks, which is, considering a lot of other priorities that your InfoSec team has, this is just a compressed timeline. And then depending on how you are going to integrate the company, you might take 6 months and sometimes even more than a year for integrations to occur. Large and complex deals we've had are just, they just take like a year or two. So let me talk about each phase as we go through the presentation. Yeah, let's go get the deal. Right now we know the life cycle. Let's just go and get the deal done. No, it's not that simple. But anyway, so why do we do pre-acquisition due diligence? So as a security org, when you are brought into the deal, you're basically told, hey, we're going to go and acquire this company. We have about 4 weeks. Tell us what the risk is. This is typically how it starts. Like just someone from the corp dev team will reach out to you and say, like, give me the risk. So you start from basically knowing nothing about the company. And so then one of the things or big outcome that you want from doing this pre-acquisition due diligence is to tell the business, hey, what is actually the risk, right? Like they don't care about like how many vulnerabilities do they have. They don't care about like how many, what is their like EDR strategy or what their InfoSec strategy is. At the end of the day, you have to give them some metric or risk or a view of risk to say like, yes, these are the red flags and these need to be fixed and these are okay and we can own this risk, right? So that business, make it easy for your business to be able to tell what the risks are. And the second thing is you want to know what the security posture of the target is, right? You're acquiring a target, you want to know what their current security posture is. Like, do they already have like everything figured out? Do they have SaaS, DaaS, everything integrated, or do you have to do a lot of work once you integrate once you buy them, right? So just having a picture of their security posture will help you with your InfoSec plan for the next 6 months or a year, right? Otherwise, you're blindfolded. You have no clue, and then all of a sudden a deal closes, and then you own all this risk. So having this in advance, your businesses will really appreciate this, and your InfoSec and your CISO will be super happy because now they know what's coming down the pipeline. And half the challenge is just understanding what's coming down the pipeline. And the other thing is when you uncover risks, when you uncover high or critical risks, before the deal closes, you actually have a carrot, right? And not the stick. And I like carrots and not stick, right? So having that, carrot and saying, hey, go fix these before the deal closes will make your life much more easier because the team that is getting acquired actually has an incentive to go fix this, right? Everyone's going to get quite rich if the deal goes well. So, and then finally, the thing is, once you have it, it'll help your InfoSec team to plan, prioritize the integration, which all happens in the future. Go for it, Nick.
Question today. Have you seen the economic value of the deal affected based on the findings pre-close? Presumably down, but do you have anecdotes of that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, without going into too many details, we did have a few deals where we looked at the security posture and said, hey, this tech stack or this integration is going to take much more than what we expected. And so then we had to go and give back that feedback. And things like, we were able to tell things like, hey, you would need an extra 2 headcounts to even bring this tech stack up to the same tech stack as our ecosystem, right? So just giving that feedback early on is super helpful for them to then be able to value the deal correctly or at least plan for headcounts and how long will the integration actually take? How long can the business actually extract value from the deal? Because all of this, if you wait till the deal is done and then you go tell them that, hey, these are the blockers, you cannot integrate it immediately, then all of a sudden you're becoming a business blocker and you don't want to be that as a security team. You want to be a business enabler. So this is the big picture how a due diligence occurs, right? So imagine you're a security team. You're given, hey, this is the target. You have about 4 weeks. You can start talking to them and go get some information from them and find out how their security posture is and tell me the risk, right? So you're then going to go to the team that you're acquiring. And then for those of you who have done M&As or corp dev, you will remember the due diligence software that they send you, which in itself is a pain. But anyway, so you basically get a get a window of opportunity to start talking to the target. So you're usually given access to the CEO or their CISO if they even have one, or their security team if they have one. But typically you have to understand, depending on the size of the deal, this could be like 20% to 200%, and then you have just engineers in sometimes, or sometimes you're just talking to, like just the IT team, right? So whoever you have access to, you should make use of them and you can send them a due diligence form, right? And in the due diligence form, think of this like a health form, right? You're giving them this checklist and saying, hey, fill these details out for me so that I can understand what your different tech stack is, right? Tell me what is your what kind of assets do you have? What cloud services do you have? What cloud hosting providers do you have? Like, what is your sort of like, network architecture, right? So you start with there, and once you get that, you can scope an assessment. And typically you scope this assessment with the help of a third-party security vendor. And one of the big reasons for using a third-party security vendor is in that way, you don't have access directly to the target's IP. A lot of time, the targets will just not be comfortable with you going and looking at their IP, at their source code, because, hey, you're trying to acquire them, and sometimes deals do fall. Like, not all deals go through. That's the most important thing you have to remember, is like a lot of times the deals don't go through. So the targets are not comfortable giving their IP up. So using a third party as a code escrow, a lot of times is how you go over this barrier. So you go to the third party and say, hey, this is the kind of target that we are going to acquire. Here is their tech stack. Let's do a 2 to 3 weeks of assessment on them, right? So again, the timeline is super compressed. You have 2 to 4 weeks. All of this activity happens in 2 to 4 weeks. And then once you do that, they find a bunch of findings. And depending on the findings, sometimes you might want to do a deep dive. And by the deep dive, I mean compromise assessment. And we'll go into details of what a compromise assessment looks like. But if there is no compromise assessment, then you sort of like work with your internal vulnerability management team and say, hey, here is a bunch of issues that we have found. Let's track them and fix them, right? So this is sort of like a high-level picture of 4 weeks of sort of sprint towards finding issues within your target, getting them fixed, and at the same time presenting a risk to your business. So some of the activities that our team sort of does when we look at a company to acquire a company are these, right? So we start with the architecture review. And why do we do this? A lot of times, the companies that we are acquiring, they're usually between 5 and 50. And those companies, a lot of them, don't have an architecture diagram. They don't even have a data flow diagram. They don't have, like what are they have not mapped their network. So this is a good time for you to then get the information, and a lot of time, because again, the carrot versus stick approach. When you have a carrot, things start moving, right? Like the teams will start drawing those diagrams for you. The team will start giving that information. They'll start offering that information over to you. So that's one of the things that you should, the base is start off with an architecture review. Once you do that, you do your recon, right? That's the attack surface analysis. You go talk to your threat intel team, go talk to your purple team if you have one, and start getting input into your, get input into what their assets are. Like, what is their cloud hosting provider? What is their SaaS, what is their SaaS environment? And then also look at their source code, right? So this source code piece, only the third party has access to, so you kind of have to like give your third party a clear direction as to what you're looking for. So some of the things that we look for are credentials, simple things like credentials, but we also look for how well what is the source code sanity, right? Like, do they have things like, do they have just SQL, concatenation, or do they actually have much more well-written and well-thought-out code? How difficult is it going to be to integrate this service once you purchase it onto your ecosystem, right? So that's what we are sort of looking for. Those are the signals we're looking for. Is it a completely different language that you don't have any clue? Like, if someone's using Scala and you don't use Scala at all, that's a good red flag to bring up to the acquisition team and say, hey, this is a completely different tech stack. You might have to rewrite this. And this is where sort of you're starting to move from just wearing the security hat to actually the business hat, because you're giving signals to the corp dev team that, hey, this might not be you might have to build this into your deal. This might not be a 6-month deal. This might be a years-long, sprint. And then we do network and infrastructure scan. We do a quick penetration test to find out what's the footprint. Because remember, a lot of time, once the deal gets closed, if it gets announced in the news, you have a lot of folks who, especially from the bug bounty program, they'll start like poking in, right? They'll start poking into into this target that was recently acquired, and they start submissions into your bug bounty program. So things like these that if you have not thought of this, start like thinking through these things, because the moment you close the deal and then the domain, you own the domain, the hackers will go run Whois, and they'll start seeing, oh, this is owned by Snapchat. The Snapchat is the parent domain, and they'll start like poking and they'll start submitting. So just having that pipeline, having that insight into what domains they own, all of that, it's better to have it before the deal is closed. And then, of course, right now on everyone's mind there is SBOM, so just having an idea of what their open source sprawl is, and I can see a lot of people sighing, and this is the reality, right? Like, so you just want to know what kind of open source software they use. And finally, log. That's the most critical piece. If there's one takeaway you want to do from here is before the close of the deal, make sure that they turn their log collection off. And a lot of time in a lot of deals we saw that they did not have log collection turned on. They did not have CloudTrail. They did not have CloudWatch turned on. So we went and asked them to turn it on. And so when you do this, you can then, like, you have 4 to 6 weeks of logs at least at your disposal to go do forensic analysis to see if there is any indicators of compromise or if there is any malicious activity, right? So bare minimum, these are the things that you need to do. And remember, all this occurs in 2 to 4 weeks. So don't complicate things. All these playbooks, just build them into your project management system, right? So, and we just use our own Atlassian software. That's all we did. We just built this, and this is useful for tracking, right? Because remember, at the height of our acquisition timeline, we were doing about 2 deals per month, which means that we had multiple people on the team going and running the playbook, right? And so I have some people smiling here because remembers of that time when we were doing multiple deals in the same month. So having a playbook which is easily executable by multiple people on a team will save you a lot of time. So some of the examples that I have that come to mind that hopefully you can take away is we had deals where we started doing the due diligence and we saw that there was an earlier ransomware event. So they had a ransomware event. The company or the target that we were trying to acquire had a ransomware event. So you have to be prepared for anything. How do you handle it from there? Once you see that something like that occurs, now how do you start mapping your pre-due diligence? So you have to go much more deeper. It's not enough to just do a network scan. Now you have to go do forensic analysis, right? So be prepared for that. We had a deal where we were talking to the target, and our threat intel team gave us credible input that they are being actually looked at by a nation actor. And so all of a sudden, your threat profile changes. And especially for Snapchat, because our sort of adversary is a nation states, right? Like, so think about like someone wants to take over your account and someone wants to do a blackmail. It's a much more different threat profile, and some of the other social networks I can see them nodding, but that's sort of your threat profile. So depending on who you are and what your threat profile is, you might have to consider doing much more deeper dives during the due diligence. Large and complex environment, what do you mean by large? Large and complex is essentially where we have things like hardware. We have a hardware division. So sometimes we go and acquire companies that manufacture components, right? Hardware components. And they have a completely different environment. They have labs. And in the labs, they have things like manufacturing equipment. They have IoT sprawl. So all of a sudden, from doing software, we started looking at companies which are doing hardware for a living, right? So that's a completely different way to look at due diligence there. And then irrespective of what the environment is, if the deal size starts going towards a threshold of hundreds of $1 million, you just want to do a deep dive, right? Because at that price point, it's better to be sure and try to do as much due diligence as possible to make sure that you're not owning or buying a company which has been breached. So the takeaway here is try not to buy a breach. and that sounds easy, but the more signals you can gather from the company before the close, the more risk you can present to your team so that they can then make the call, right? So that's basically my takeaway. Okay, so compromise assessment is basically a deep dive. So anytime you see that you want to go and find out a little bit more about the company and it's not a straightforward deal and it's going to be integrated deeply into your ecosystem, you do something called as compromise assessment. As fancy as the name sounds, it's essentially installing an EDR and doing forensic analysis on the environment, right? Like at the end of the day, that's what you're doing. You're installing agents, you're waiting for 4 to 6 weeks, you're looking at the network, you're making sure that there is no indicators of compromise, right? And there are companies that do this for a living, right? Who do you remember when you get breached? Like you pick up the phone, you call Mandiant, right? So there are a lot of companies that just do this. So make sure that you engage them way in advance. But when you engage them, you have to make sure that you have logs turned on. You have to have these assets early on so that you can then hand it over and make sure that they can do these investigations. So some of the things that we look for was, well, we just sometimes look for commodity malware infections. All of these we have learned through the hard way, so we wanted to pass on lessons for you. And then a lot of times the output of this can just become input to the vulnerability management, because you have a lot of times they would not have thought about like doing the proper network configurations on their network, right? Because these teams are resource constrained and they don't have dedicated security teams. So yeah, so essentially for a compromise assessment, it's the same. This can be done in parallel. So as we are doing the due diligence, you can do this in parallel. You essentially go and install real-time monitoring agents, and then you do the analysis reporting, and then once it's done, it's basically considered like just any other assessment report, and you start mitigating, right? So hopefully during this time, you don't have to call Mandiant. That's basically the takeaway. It's like when this is happening, which touch wood we haven't done yet. So a lot of times when you're doing pre-acquisition due diligence, you might incur these sort of like edge cases that I wanted to share and some of the lessons that we learned, right? So one thing is when you're trying to acquire any company that is based in the EU, you have to be really careful about their privacy policies. Like they're not comfortable with you going and installing agents onto their network. So remember this, only your team and a few people within the target are privy to the deal, right? Like everyone else has no clue that this is happening, and you cannot reveal to them that you're actually evaluating them to buy them out, right? So this is during the due diligence period. So what we started doing is whenever we engage a team within EU, we would also include a data security statement, which means that we would give them an insight into what actually we are going to do by installing these agents, and that we are not collecting any employee productivity data, or that we are not collecting anything related to employee, employee activity. It's more about the host activity, right? So just clearly telling them that this is what's happening saved us a lot of time, because this, in one of the deal, took us almost 2 weeks to unblock, right? And and with deal timelines between 4 to 6 weeks, losing 2 weeks is sort of like, it's a big deal. And in another deal, when we were trying to acquire a company, we saw that the IT team did not have capability to actually install agents onto their hosts. They did not have a centralized way to manage their cloud assets, right? So this was a blocker, because without that, we cannot even like roll out agents. Like you would have to especially during COVID, the employees could not come to the office to get these agents installed remotely. And they had turned on things like no USB and things like that, and they also had turned on no remotely installed software. So in a way, security was becoming a blocker, because they had turned on all these security features to not be able to install or run scripts remotely, but that's exactly what we wanted to do, right? So think about those things early on in your deal, so that you can then do things like, well, we are installing this new EDR, so everyone come to the office, and we had to kind of do it that way, right? So it sounds trivial, but just having this, when you're doing your due diligence and asking them for, hey, do you have a capability to actually install and maintain your hosts remotely, that's a critical question to ask. And then once the deal closed, we realized that our own company did not have a BYOD policy, right? So Snapchat does not allow you to bring your own policy, but we had 6 months to a year, supply chain nightmare. A lot of times people could not even find the laptops, right? Like, so how do you then, allow the business to work with yourself? So we had to go back and redesign our InfoSec policy, and we had to sort of work with the CorpSec team here, and then put Beyond Trust and Zero Trust networks, and then we were able to unblock these teams. So just being able to prepare for these kind of scenarios was critical for us. And some of this we just, we couldn't anticipate it. So even though you do everything right, there might be some curveballs, but just be ready for it and just adapt to it, because the last thing you want to do is lift your hands and say we can't enable the business, right? So again, I'm coming back to this slide. We finished all the pre-acquisition due diligence now. So we were able to go and tell to the business that, hey, these are the immediate risks. These are the things that we want you to close. And then everything, now I'm going to talk about like the post-close process. The post-close process is essentially you go and do a deep dive gap analysis and understand what the team is missing, right? Like what are the different controls that they're missing, and you prioritize that with their business and with their security team, with their IT team, you prioritize that. And then you give them a multi-month roadmap and tell them, hey, this is how we are going to like start bringing you to the maturity that our company is, right? So that's the goal. The goal is at the end of the day, you want to bring the target to the same level of security as you. And at the end of the day, you want to also have an exit criteria defined, because without an exit criteria, integrations can linger on for indefinitely. And the exit criteria could be different for different teams, right? So I'll talk to you through some of the exit criteria that we chose for graduating the M&A, right? Like once you close the deal, when do you actually graduate them? So post-close integration, we kind of bucketed into 3 different areas. One is first, we try and find out all the asset inventory. And I know you might be thinking, hey, we already did this during the pre-acquisition due diligence form, right? Like we got all the asset inventory from them. Why are you doing this again? Well, guess what? Turns out that you can only trust, but you can't verify, right? Before the deal is closed, you ask them a question and they'll give you an answer, and that's all. You're just going by that, right? So you actually don't know what all assets they have. We have found that 50% of the time that what the due diligence form is filled out is not accurate, because someone is running a shadow IT, someone has gone and started their own cloud account somewhere. So working with their IT and SRE team after it's closed is crucial to understand the asset inventory. And once that's done, we do basic onboarding them security tooling. And here, the biggest thing is work with your corporate security team, because here, the bare minimum you want to do is monitor their assets and their network. So this is corporate security heavy, because at a minimum, before even thinking about SAST and DAST and all that fancy stuff, you want the basics covered, and that your corporate security team is your friend there. And then finally, once the deal is closed, sit down with your business and the acquisition and talk about what is the business plan. Like, what are you trying to do with this company now that you have acquired? Are you going to integrate it within the next 3 months? Are you just going to deprecate it within the next 3 months? Depending on this, you can plan accordingly, because you don't want to go and write up this huge integration plan and the company is like, well, we're just going to like sunset the product, right? So just having that open and honest conversation with the business will help your InfoSec team to be better prepared for the things that are coming down the lane. So this is sort of like our mental model to understand how integrations are done, right? So the main takeaway here is you want to know what are you going to do with the company once they're closed, right? So is it going to be a full integration? Is all the products and services are going to be integrated into your ecosystem? Are you going to all do a lift and shift into your network or into your cloud architecture, into your microservice architecture? So that usually would mean then you would have to then plan for it accordingly, right? So if it's just a acqui-hire where you're just like going to deprecate the whole system and then you're just acquiring the talent and then maybe an SDK or something like that, then your integration effort is pretty low, right? So you can then go and prioritize it on another acquisition, which is actually slightly more complex, right? So having a mental model here and presenting this to the management can then help you get the resources that you need to go and do this integration, right? So there were times when we had limited integrations, which means they operated separately, but we then opened up APIs between both the companies, right? So that was a different integration scenario. And then finally, we had a company where we just operated them at arm's length, and they kept operating it. Think about like something like GitHub or LinkedIn, where they just operate at an arm's length, and you just integrate as and when needed, right? So having this mental model and presenting to the business is crucial. Same thing, when you want to do an integration playbook, so remember the pre-acquisition due diligence playbook, I gave you a bunch of activities. The same way, post-close, you want to have a mental model of what are the priorities. You want to have a checklist. Again, when I say checklist, remember these checklists are extremely flexible. This is not a hard-coded checklist, right? You want to have a checklist. Checklists are good as long as they're not hard-coded and as long as they're flexible, right? When you can go and modify them. So we went and talked to all our internal security teams. Look, depending on how big your security team is, everyone will have their own requirements. So go collect that requirements and then create it into an operational playbook and present it to the target, right? So give them that, hey, this is what we expect from you. And once they look at that, take their input and understand which ones is actually relevant to them. Some of these activities may not be relevant to them, and they'll be open and honest. So keep that in mind. So make sure that you have a checklist, but make sure they're also flexible. So we just built out a playbook using our own project management system. You can have your own project management system, but keep it simple, right? Just keep it something that you can actually assign it to someone, and they can be held accountable. So for example, we have our own productivity suite, right? Like we use G Suite, or you might be using Microsoft Office 365. A company that you acquire might come with their own piece of software, right? So you might think, oh, it's just another productivity suite. Well, what's the harm, right? Let them go and do it. But you have to understand that just adding an extra productivity suite means that your IT team now has to maintain and manage a whole new system. Your corporate security team won't like it because now they have to go and put this onto their SSO. And their detection and response team will not like it because they have to now write TTPs for a whole new productivity software. So just adding a new piece of software might sound pretty simple, but having that open and honest conversation with the target and explaining to them that why you cannot add this or why it's going to be a huge burden, or at least have a strong business reason before approving them, right? So that's sort of like what you want to do as an InfoSec team, is to give them the context. Like the more context you give, we saw that there was less friction. Because just telling them, like, we are the mothership, we're just going to tell no to you, won't go well, but actually giving them the context and explaining to them went much well. And the same way, right, like cloud hosting provider. If you want to just say, okay, let's add Azure tomorrow, that's a whole different conversation with the infrastructure security team if you are just an AWS shop or a GCP shop, right? So have those conversations early on. Yeah, so the big takeaways here are to get the right inventory, go and talk to your finance team. Because at the end of the day, they're the ones who are going to pay the bill, and guess what? The moment the deal closes, your target is going to put all their bills onto your finance team. So a lot of time we found that when we matched the inventory with the finance team, we added another 25% of the inventory. So do that. Make sure that you have shared ownership of critical accounts on day one. I'm exaggerating on day one, but like try to get it done as quickly as possible. But because remember, we are in an age where things like reduction in force could happen. There could be folks who just leave after the deal, but they might be the only owners of an account. Like remember, these are small teams, like 20, 25 people, right? So there could just be one admin who's holding on to all the critical accounts, and then you lose them when that person decides to leave the company and things like that. So shared ownership, if there's one thing that you can take away from this talk, is make sure that you have shared ownership on day one. And that's a difficult conversation, but you have to have that early on so that you know what their critical accounts are, and you have your IT team or your production security team has access to those. And then make sure that you communicate early and often with your business, right? So every month we started sending out critical touch points and saying where the deal and how it's progressing. Because giving that information then meant that the business then came back to us and say, hey, you know what, 3 months later we are planning to completely add a new feature to this product or this service. So sometimes having that communication early on gave us more input than that we could then use for our integration plan. Right? Just working in silos won't help. So go talk to all the teams that are involved and have like monthly communication syncs or newsletters or the ways that your team the way that your team communicates with your company, make use of those channels. So finally, we then went back to our customers, who in this case are targets, and then we asked them, hey, at the end of the day, you want to make sure that all of this is helping them improve their security posture, right? So you could be doing all these activities, but you want to make sure that this is actually helping them. So we went and directly asked them after every deal, we made it a point to ask the target, hey, how did this help you and your security posture? And sometimes they gave us very valid feedback. They said, hey, don't give us huge reports, right? So what we did was, in lieu of transparency, we gave them the whole report and said, hey, you have a penetration testing report, go fix these issues. But they just wanted to tell us exactly what to do. Don't give me a report. Just tell me exactly what to do. So that was useful input. They also wanted to have high-level overview. They wanted to know what's coming down for them 30, 60, 90 days and a year, right? So give them this information in advance. And we found that at least 90% of them said that it actually helped, right? So this was a success metric, is like, no matter what we do or how much security controls or checks we do, does the target actually think this is valuable? And to our surprise, they did find it useful, right? So for us, that was a win. Finally, so if you see, we started with the pre-acquisition process, and then we did the gap analysis and found out what controls they were missing. Then we found out that how to do the integration, right? And then finally, we had a graduation criteria. Like for some companies, we had a graduation criteria such as like, okay, you will be onboarded to our bug bounty program. That's when you sort of are like graduated, right? So then there was a company where we said, your graduation criteria is when we sunset all your services. And the reason was because they had active contracts, right? So sometimes you have to remember that these companies walk in with their own customers and with their own contracts. So you can't just sunset them the second day. So you want to, then you end up owning a service which is around for a couple of years until those contracts run out, right? So having that kind of like due diligence helps you to know how to prepare and give the right resources. So the takeaway is make sure that you balance the business and security priorities, because those two sometimes could be, those two sometimes could be in tangent with each other, right? So you want to, as a security team, you sometimes want to take a step back and evaluate what direction that the team wants to go to, but the business might just want to sprint and try to integrate and try to open up holes and try to start getting data from each other, right? So make sure that you're balancing those business and security priorities. Cross-functional collaboration is key here. There is no way your team can work in silo and by yourself. You have to work with the finance team. You have to work with the legal and IT teams. So have these syncs regularly with these teams and make sure that you're getting their input. Oh, there you go. Okay, yeah. So the one thing that I would also say is be humble, because a lot of times you want to make sure that the team that you're acquiring also is able to give you input. Sometimes they might have much more robust practices in a certain area than you yourself, right? So make sure that you learn from each other with the team that's coming in to your ecosystem, and don't make it seem like, hey, we know it all and then we're just going to give you a bunch of tasks to do, right? So that's probably not the best approach. The best approach that we found is to be able to say, hey, this is the security control. This is how we plan to mitigate it. Are you able to adopt it? And sometimes they came back and said, we have a much more robust control, and we were able to say, that's fine, that works for us. And again, this is the key: communicate early and communicate often with your business, with the target that you have acquired, and make sure that they both align and the plans are in sync so that you're able to then do the integration correctly. And finally, I want to thank a lot of folks who built this program initially. It's impossible for me to build this program by myself, but I want to thank the leadership, Nick, who's here, who built the program initially, and then I built on that foundation, our leadership, because a lot of time while you're doing M&A, things will go wrong. Like this is, these are complex integration scenarios, right? Like so people get laid off, deals fall through, but having the back of your leadership is critical for any M&A security program. Hopefully you found this interesting, and if you have any questions, I'm ready to take them now.
my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh. only wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, oh,
Welcome to B-Sides Las Vegas. I'm Harsha Nikhar, and this talk is about the art of letting go, secure delegation of permissions in AWS environments, presented by Sara Perez. And before we begin, I have a few announcements to make. We would like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsor Adobe, and our gold sponsors Prisma Cloud, Blue Cat, Toyota. It's with their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers, that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you to check to make sure that your cell phones are set to silent mode. And if you guys have any question, please use the audience microphone so that YouTube can hear you as well. And with that, let's get started, and please welcome Sara.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks everyone for being here this evening. As it was just mentioned, my name is Sara Perez, and I'm a principal cloud security engineer at Okta. I'm originally from Barcelona, Spain, and I'm also a telecommunications engineer by trade, but somehow I ended up in InfoSec anyway. I spent some time doing penetration testing and delivering training at conferences, but then I moved to the other side, and I've spent the last few years building security solutions in the cloud. About today I'm going to share with you the journey we followed to allow our engineering teams to use restricted IAM actions. I'm going to dig into why this need came up, why all of a sudden they needed to perform actions they hadn't used before. I'm also going to share with you how those actions were restricted and why, because that's going to give us the tool to understand how we solve these problems. I'm going to deep dive into the 2 use cases we had, and we'll do some quick recap, talk about future work, and then hopefully have time for questions if I don't run over time. So how did this all start? For us, as for any company, we thought it was time for change. We wanted to refresh the way our customer environments were created, and we wanted to do that because we wanted to have a faster time to market, so be able to deliver those faster. And also, we wanted to improve our operations and reliability of the environment. And with new infrastructure comes new requests. How does that look like? We moved from an architecture where everything was EC2 instances, everything was installed in those EC2 instances and was managed. And that took a very long time for us to set up. We moved from that to using EKS and AKS clusters. We also moved from being just an AWS house to also provide these services in Azure, something that had been requested from us for a very long time. And in this process, you can see here we have a control plane that is in AWS, and we are able to create customer spaces, which are different AWS accounts with the customers on them, and also Azure subscriptions with the same kind of infrastructure to provide our services on them. And these environments, because they take a while to create, they also suffered changes. So initially, we had used Kiam to be able to grant access to our service accounts in Kubernetes to allow them to use IAM roles. But then we decided it was time to move into the recommended way that AWS facilitated for us. So the project had been going on for quite a while, and in that process, new things came up, and we wanted to adhere to those best practices. And also, as the project evolves, we developed the need of not only having communication from the control plane into Azure, but also from services in those spaces back to our AWS accounts. And that's how the initial requests came in. The first one was we need, from each customer space in Azure, we have a service that is going to need to send data to an S3 bucket. There are different ways of establishing communication in between clouds. At the time, using IAM users was found to be the fastest and best option. So the request was essentially, we need to be able to create IAM users. They were not able to do this before. Following what we saw of the architecture, we were using Kiam, and we wanted to move to the recommended way by AWS, which is using an OIDC provider. when you create a cluster, an EKS cluster in AWS, it comes with an OpenID URL, and you can use that URL to create an OpenID Connect provider that then the roles are going to use for those service accounts. So again, the request was, we need to be able to create OpenID Connect providers, which is what was not allowed up until then. And this is how it came to be. All of a sudden, to us, to the Cloud Security Operations team, we get these requests. We need to be able to create IAM users and also OIDC providers. How did we have these actions restricted and why? The quick answer is AWS organizations, SCPs, and policies. And I'm going to dig into that a little bit. For us, in AWS, we organize our accounts using AWS organizations, which is a service from AWS that allows you to have one main account for management and then organize your accounts in different buckets, which are called organizational units, which are these top layer that we have here. You can name them whatever you want and organize them however you want. We decided to create one new one for the new environments and then separate them also per environment, so development, production, and sandbox. And within those, we can have our AWS accounts. All of these is managed from a management account that has a different login to the rest of the accounts in the organization, which means the access to it is more restricted. Why is this useful? This allows us to apply guardrails at different levels if we wanted to. So we could apply guardrails at the prod level and different ones at the dev level. Which guardrails? Service control policies. Service control policies allows us to specify the maximum level of permissions. For us, we follow the default way from AWS, which is using a denial list approach, which means that when you create a new account, that new account is going to have a policy that it's going to allow for any service in that account to be used. These do not grant permissions, they just allow services to be used. And then we have other SCPs on top of those that deny or restrict access to specific actions. And that's what we will see here later. The next layer we've got is at the account layer, and those are identity policies and permissions boundaries, which we will also see during this talk. Those ones are attached to roles or IAM users, and there are many different types. The ones we'll see today, we'll see inline policies. Those ones are attached directly to roles or users, and they are one-time policies. As soon as that user or role disappears, that policy goes away. On the other hand, we have the managed policies, which can be AWS managed. Most of you or some of you may be familiar with the administrator access policy. That one's created and fully managed by AWS. You can't remove it, but you can use it across multiple principles. And customer managed, those are the ones that you can create. You can reuse across different users and roles, and update them anytime. For permissions boundaries are a specific use of a customer managed policy. You can create a customer managed policy and use it as a permission boundary. And we will see some examples of this later. Last but not least, the last layer of the cake is the resource policies. Those ones are attached to resources such as S3 buckets or KMS keys. These ones, we will not see them in detail today just because they did not factor into the solution that we came up with. So they do not have any relevance for today. Right, and this is how we had those permissions restricted to different layers. We're going to see an example. When I was talking about denial list strategy for our SCPs, this is what I meant. For the first ask about the IAM users, we had a policy, a statement within one of our SCPs that denied the use of these actions on any resource, as you can see down here, for any role except for the ones specified here. So it's basically an allow list of which roles are allowed to perform actions such as create user, remove user, etc., etc. Similarly, for the creation of SAML and OIDC providers, we had exactly the same. So we had a deny action, a deny effect for the following actions for any resource and any role except for the ones specified here. So again, we had a restriction at the top level, as you saw, top level of the chain, that said these actions can only be performed by a set of roles. Right, and why did we have these ones restricted? These ones were restricted to very specific roles, in between them the cloud security operations team, such as us, and some automations that needed to perform those actions. No one else. Why? Well, for IAM users, for those that you are familiar with, if you are familiar with them, they have long-term credentials. They become very costly to maintain. You have to have processes to rotate them. In the case that they are compromised, they ended up on a Slack channel, on a Git repo by just very bad luck. So you have to have mechanisms to rotate them, but also if someone leaves that had access to them, you also are obligated to rotate those. And last but not least, they were not really conceived to be used by workloads. AWS recommends you use them as the last resort if you don't have any other options. For SAML providers, we use, or OIDC providers, we use OIDC in our accounts, and we wanted to make sure that only approved OIDC providers can be created in those accounts. Otherwise, anyone could just create one and grant access to whoever they wanted to those accounts, or the account that the provider was created on. Right, and now that we had a clear idea on what systems we had in place to restrict these actions and a clear idea of the needs, we needed to build our solution. And for us, it was very important to fulfill the following requirements. The first one was flexibility. We needed to be flexible. Cloud security operations team is not very big, and engineering needs to move very fast. So for that, we wanted to come up with a solution that will make them as independent as us as possible, and that it wouldn't require any manual processes or approvals. We also wanted it to be secure, of course. We didn't want to we wanted to provide flexibility without sacrificing in security. So it was important for us to have guardrails that will fulfill our needs and also give us visibility on what's going on and what's happening. And last but not least, it had to be scalable. We were doing all these efforts to improve our time to market, operations, and reliability. These solutions had to be able to grow with it. And with that, I'm going to share with you how the solutions for the solution for the first use case came in, which was that request of we need to create IAM users for every single Azure space. How did we solve this? In short, SCPs, identity policies, and permissions boundaries. So we had a scenario that looked like this. We have a control plane down here, which was that account that we had creating spaces in both sides. We have the Azure customer spaces on this side that we're going to use those users to then send data into one of our storage AWS accounts to be processed. Our first question was, who needs to be able to create these IAM users? And the response from engineering was a control plane role. This role is used by automation, and it needs to, on the creation of a new space, it needs to be able to create this user to then use those credentials. The good thing about this role was, downside, it was created and managed by engineering, so it wasn't under our control. We have specific guardrails for roles we create. But on the bright side, it had a very good inline policy. It was very tidy, which made the whole process easier for us. When I mean tidy, I mean it didn't have star to everything. So it had only those actions that it needed for those resources that it really needed. So how did this look? Right, we will have the control plane role with an inline policy. Then we need to create a user. That user for service X would have its own inline policy to be able to put object into S3. So how let's imagine we allow control plane role to our SAP allow list. We add it there, so it's able to perform these actions. But we want to be able to control how those users are created. We don't want this role to be able to create users with any kind of permission. That would be a terrible thing to do. So what did we decide to do here? We created a permissions boundary. We created a permissions boundary that would, on top of the inline policy, add restrictions on how those users could be created. And we will see this in practice in a bit. That permissions boundary would force the control plane role to create users with another boundary attached. If the user was created with the correct boundary attached, everything would be successful. The user would be created. It would have its inline policy and the permissions boundary. If it wasn't, it would just simply fail. The creation would not be successful. At all of this, we would use SCPs to also protect the resources involved in this. So we would protect the permissions boundary for the control plane role because we don't want anybody tampering with that boundary and giving it more permissions or causing any trouble with it. The same for the user boundary. That's also protected at the SCP level. And when I mean protected, I mean it's added to a list of resources that should not be tampered with, except for specific roles, same as we saw before. We're going to try and see this. I hope it's clear. I'm doing this in an account just on the UI to make it more clear for everyone. I'm logged in as the control plane role, and I'm going to create an IAM user for service X. And I'm going to do so without attaching any boundaries, just because I don't want to commit to the exercise. And that's going to give me an error. It's not going to allow me to create it, telling me that the permissions boundary does not allow it. So I go back, and I'm going to try to attach a permissions boundary this time, but again, for service Y instead of service X. But that's also not going to work because the permissions boundary is not going to allow it. So finally, I decide to comply with it, go back, and attach the one for the service X. And that allows me to create a user. But what happens now? What if I want to tamper with it now? Just go, and I want to change the boundary, for example, because I really want to apply the boundary for service Y. So I just go and try to perform this action. And again, it won't let me. The permissions boundary would say, you're not allowed to do this. What happens if I just try and remove it instead of tampering with it? We're going to find the same problem. It's not possible. So once the user is created, it's only created with the correct boundary attached, and it can be tampered with after the fact. So we got the solution that we wanted. We wanted to make sure that those users were created with those guardrails that we would be confident with. To show you how this control plane role looked like, and how does that inline policy work, and how the permissions boundary work. So we see here that it says customer inline. These are the ones that can only be used once. They are attached directly to the role and to the IAM user themselves. And then we see we have the permissions boundary. We create that boundary, and we control it. Here we ask platform engineering to add the IAM actions to any resource, and then the permissions they already had for EC2 instances and secrets manager and whatnot. And we made sure they added the ones for management of users without specifying resource. Why? Because we are controlling that at the permissions boundary level. We don't care the permissions they have on those services. We grant star, we allow the inline policy to deal with that. And what we do here is list and get. We allow them to do anything. But for the creation and management of users, we establish a restriction based on naming convention. So for service X, you're able to create it as long as it has this boundary attached to it. And that's why when you were trying to use a different boundary, that was not being successful. If we had a different service, we could use exactly the same to perform the same restriction. And then we also added some restrictions to avoid the tampering with the permissions boundaries. And this was almost the most complicated case of evaluation. I just wanted to quickly also show you what happens on the user side. So we're going to have a user that is going to have the inland policy. You can see here on your left. And then it's going to also have the permissions boundary. And they look extremely similar. This is because when you evaluate, there's an evaluation in between the inland policy and the permissions boundary to determine which permissions are allowed. Those permissions have to match in between one policy and the other one. If anything, the identity policy could be more open, so it could have S3 star, but because my permissions boundary only has those actions specified, only the user would only be able to perform the actions in the boundary. So the boundary sets the top level. This is the maximum you can do, even if you have a star here. So for us, we did it very, very tidy. We allowed the identity policy to set the parameter customer on the S3 bucket path. You can see that in the boundary that's set as a star because we have no way of knowing the different names of all the customers, and it would make it impossible to build a boundary otherwise. If someone tries to create a user with a different inline policy, as I said, EC2 star, in terms of when the user goes and tries to access EC2 star, that evaluation will fail because EC2 permissions are not in the permissions boundary. If even just in the permissions boundary there was EC2 describe, that would be allowed, but there's nothing, so the evaluation fails. So gotten to this point for the creation of IAM users, we were successful in allowing engineering to create those IAM users with a specific guardrails and without needing us for absolutely anything, which was the original goal. For the creation of OIDC providers, though, things are slightly different. We were able to solve them also using SCPs and identity policies, but policies can't get you so far. So we had to add an architecture of events and Lambda to cover those gaps that the policies were not covering. Again, what does this look like? So we would have our EKS or EKS cluster with different service accounts, and we want them to be able to use different IAM roles to access different different services. For that, we create an OIDC provider. Again, who needs to create it? In this case, the infra deployer role. Differences from the previous use case is that this role was created by us, by Cloud Security. Not so good is that it was way more permissive than the control plane role. So we had to play the game a bit differently. Again, we would have a role with an inline policy that needs to create an OIDC provider. In this case, because we managed that role, it was already protected from tampering at the SCP level. We decided to come up with a statement to add to its inline policy. So it had lots of permissions, and we were able to add a statement like this. So instead of adding a boundary or doing anything extra, we just updated its own inline policy. And it looked like so. So we have an effect deny, and if you look here, my pointer is not working, but we have the not resource instead of resource. Not resource allows us to tell it, along with the deny, that these actions are denied for the creation of any OIDC provider except for the one that is specified here. So as long as the provider you're creating matches this naming convention, you'll be allowed to do it. If it doesn't, you won't be. And this was very useful for us because we didn't have to try and specify all those providers that the role should not be able to create. That would have been an impossible list, but only to specify those ones that could. Now, gotten to this point, we get to the point where policies don't cover everything. And one of the things that it didn't cover is that for an EKS cluster, you can create that OIDC provider on any AWS account you wanted. So effectively, if you have one cluster in one account, you could create the OIDC provider for that account, for that cluster in a different account. And that's something that we agreed with engineering that should not happen, that if there was ever a use case for that cross-account access, it would happen with role chaining and not creating many OIDC providers in different accounts. And that's something we could not cover with policies. And that's where we created the architecture of Events and Lambda. This solution, we also decided to use it for other providers, not just EKS. So the whole solution contemplates other validations, not just this one. So for this, what's going to happen, I'm going to create the OIDC provider, and that's going to trigger an event breach rule. We created an event breach rule in every single account. On triggering, the event is sent to a centralized bus in a centralized account, which in turn will trigger a Lambda. So we're going to zoom in onto that right-hand side. Right, our Lambda receives the event, and it's going to perform a set of checks. Some of these checks are related to the EKS providers. Some of them are related to other OIDC providers that we decided to cover with this solution too. So it's going to check the type of provider, if the principal, the role that it's creating it, is correct or not, thumbprint, audience, and that if it's created on the correct account or not. If any of the evaluations fails, we're going to go ahead and remove the provider and notify the team so we can review the activity. If all of them are successful, everyone's happy and everything's working as it should. But we would have logs that happened to confirm that everything's working. And again, same as before, we use SCPs to avoid tampering of the infra deployer role and the different event rules. Otherwise, someone could go into an account, just disable the event breach rule, and just render the whole solution unusable. But with this, we are able to protect it. Also, the auto remediation role used by the Lambda, that's also protected at the SCP level. And now we're going to see, hopefully, that's clear. We are in an account, we're logged in, we have a cluster in a different account, and this is the OIDC provider URL that it has. And I'm in a different account as the infra deployer role. And I'm going to try and create an OIDC provider for the cluster that is in a different account. This is one of the use cases that we don't want it to happen. So we just go through the process. And this is legitimate, so there's nothing that is going to actually prevent it from happening. It's created because it's an EKS cluster. And now we're going to have a look at the logs of that Lambda. We see that it receives the Create OpenAT Connect Provider event. This is one of those events from CloudTrail, and we can see that it was created by the infra deployer role, and that everything theoretically looks good because it's an EKS OIDC provider. But then we see that one of the validations failed because it was able to identify that the provider and the cluster are in different accounts, and that's not allowed. So later on, we can see that there was a delete event. That's our Lambda going to perform the remediation. And that sends an alert to Slack for us to see it and go and see what happened and review it with the team, or trigger an incident if necessary. Now we refresh to check that it was actually removed, and it did what it was supposed to do. Right, so gotten to this point, we had also been able to facilitate the creation of those IDC providers without us having to approve anything. We were able to, so we committed to the first point. We wanted it to be flexible. It became flexible for everyone. For both engineering, they were able to move as fast as they wanted to, and we didn't receive a bunch of tickets every day. Security, we set up all the guardrails that we needed, and that would allow us to feel comfortable with the solution. And also we gained visibility because we have this framework now reviewing every single creation of providers. In terms of scalability though, not so good. Why? Because you have a hard limit on the number of IAM users you can create per AWS account. I think the limit right now is at 5,000. It seems like an unreachable limit, but when we started all of this, we had one service from Azure that needed to speak to AWS. By the end of it, we had 3. So if you start counting 3 IAM users per customer in Azure, that can grow very quickly. So for future work, and this is actually happening, we decided to replace the creation of IAM users that you saw by IAM roles anywhere. That's a service that came out mid last year, if I recall correctly, and allows external workloads to use IAM roles as if they were just in AWS. And we are replacing all those IAM users with IAM roles, which will prevent us from having long-term credentials and will make this more scalable. And I have added a bunch of references here. This is basically AWS's docs, but these are the most useful ones I ever found. Sorry, that was too quick. And that's pretty much all for me. This is my first ever talk at a conference, so thanks for being here at this time. And yeah, if anyone has any questions, happy to take them. No questions? Sure.
I'm curious on how you, since those are users, if there's any consideration for the keys that were created by them, like managing them or protecting them, and any.
For the access keys and secret keys, we did have a rotation in place. There was a mechanism that was rotating those keys every X amount of time that was created. Well, it was a demand from us to platform teams. And we wanted to add further protections at the policy level. We wanted to restrict the source IP for those credentials. But because we started replacing that with roles anywhere, we didn't get to implement that. But that was the next step for us, restrict the source IP, which is something quite attainable to do. No more questions? No? Well, thanks everyone. Cheers. Did I go that fast? Yeah?
some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh.
Nikhar, and this talk is being presented by Josh Bressers, and the topic is, sorry, my screen turned off, Next Generation Enterprise Security. Before we begin, I have a few announcements to make. I would like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsor, Adobe, and our gold sponsor, Prisma Cloud, Blue Cat, Toyota, and it's with their support along with other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speaker and audience, we ask you to make sure that your cell phones are on silent mode. And if you guys have any question, please use the audience microphone so that YouTube can hear you as well. And with that, let's hear our last talk of the session. Please welcome Josh.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. You care for some what?
Tranya.
What is Tranya? Oh, wait, that's the original Star Trek. It's the one with the little kid, right? If you're offering, I would love one. Thank you. Okay, so for everyone who can't hear what just happened, those of you in internet land, I was offered a drink called Tranya, which is from the Star Trek, the original series, which I am not talking about today, because this is obviously Next Generation, but let's see. Holy cow, that's strong. Okay. All right, Next Generation Enterprise Security. This talk, I feel like, will be the high point in every presentation I get from this point forward, because I thought of the title before I realized what I got myself into. So let's start with who I am. My name is Josh Bressers. I work for a company called Ancor. We do what we call next generation supply chain analysis. And our open source tools are Sift and Gripe, which some of you may have heard of. It's a SBOM generator and vulnerability scanner. They're very fun. But I also have two podcasts I host. One is called the Open Source Security Podcast, and the other is the Hacker History Podcast. Now oh, thank goodness. The Hacker History Podcast is a podcast where I invite a guest and I say to them, tell me your hacker story. I'll get to this in just a minute. I say, tell me your hacker story. And then people tell stories. Everyone has an amazing story to tell. Every guest I've had said, no one wants to hear my story. So please, if any of you would like to be a guest on Hacker History, get in touch. I would absolutely love to hear your stories. It is the most amazing thing I do, and I absolutely love it. So a gentleman just walked in a Star Trek uniform. Not everyone knows this, but when you submit a talk to B-Sides, there is a text box that says, please request a ridiculous speaker, well, request that, whatever. And I said, I would very much like someone in the front row in a Star Trek uniform to heckle me throughout the talk. And so I totally got it. And you have made my day, sir, so thank you so much. I'm very excited about that. Okay, now, and this slide speaks most to you, is many of us have spent our lifetimes watching Star Trek, memorizing lines, memorizing obscure details, and the people in our lives have said, you are wasting your time, none of this is ever going to be useful. Until today. So this is it, nerds. This is your day to shine. And because of that point, I have a ridiculous number of slides, more than I'm going to get to, and that's on purpose. There will be no questions at the end. If you have questions, either go to the microphone and just talk or yell them out and I'll repeat them. This is the slides you're looking at right now. They're open to everyone. If you want to use this deck ever in anything, please do. Like, you have my permission. Consider this public domain, except for all the copyrighted images all over the deck. So, but by all means, it's a fun deck. It was fun to put together. So what did I do? I watched a lot of Star Trek. So I thought of the talk, and I thought, okay, how long could this really take? And it turned out it took a really long time. I'm probably 3 or 4 years in at this point because you think you can just watch an episode and maybe write down some notes, except you realize you have to watch things again and something happens later and then you go back and you start writing the presentation. You're like, oh, I don't remember exactly what happened. And so this, I suspect I probably watched 300 or 400 hours of The Next Generation just to put this talk together. And the question I always get from people is, will you do this for Deep Space Nine or Voyager or something else? Absolutely not. Nope, just heckle. No, don't raise your hand. Just heckle. Yes. The question was, no, the question was if I'm married. And yes. Yes! Awesome! Yes, I am married. My wife is lovely, and I have made her watch a lot of Star Trek. And now basically there's a rule that when I turn on Star Trek, she leaves the room and we're all cool. That's fine. That's the way it is. And that's okay. I understand. I understand. Why wouldn't I do this for the better Star Treks? Because there aren't better Star Treks, and also it just takes too long. Like, it was so much more work than I expected, because at first I thought, oh, I could do it for other things, but no. And honestly, the other things won't have a good title, right? Next Generation Enterprise Security, come on, that's as good as it gets, right?
Do you like Strange New Worlds?
Okay. The question was, do I like Strange New Worlds? I find it pleasing up to this point, but I'm going to hold my judgment until the end, because sometimes they get better, sometimes they get worse. But at the moment, I find it acceptable. So we'll see.
Babylon 5 is my second favorite thing in the world.
Babylon 5 is very good, but this is to talk about Star Trek. Okay. All right, we'll just skip this part. Yes! All right, so here's what I did. I watched all the Star Trek, and I noted threats and mitigation, right? And we'll get to that. The MITRE ATT&CK framework is in all over this thing. It's fantastic. But basically, I recognized 178 threats. 54 of them were insiders. Everything from the robot, to the intern, to the actual ship itself, Dr. Moriarty, there's a ton of them. And there's 9 episodes, like those horrible bottle episodes we all hate, that I couldn't identify anything reasonable as a threat. But there's probably data missing. Here's the part I like. So I put all this data into Elasticsearch, because I'm a data nerd. And this is it's hard to read what this is. So the top is just alien. This is where you have a bucket. There's tons of threats in Star Trek that show up one time, and only one time, right? And so that's why that looks like that. But then we got Romulans second, Klingons third, and Data. The robot is basically the third most dangerous thing in the Star Trek universe. And we'll talk about him a lot. But then the other one I really like is Wesley. Wesley's way down here, right, with the actual ship itself and the Cardassians. So basically, Data and Wesley are by far the two most dangerous insider threats.
Would you say for the Kardashians, how do you break that down between Courtney and Chloe and
Well
Kim?
done.
Well
done. Fantastic.
Or are they just all lumped under?
Okay.
And how about the Jenners? Or are they just lumped together under Alien?
I have a confession I have to make. I literally don't know any of the names of the Kardashians. So I don't even know who you're talking about. But that's well done, though, sir. Well done. All right. So we'll start out with some quick observations, right? The ship has no authentication, apparently. There's a next slide, we talk about that. There's a reason for it. No two-factor. Sandboxing doesn't work at all. And Worf, I don't know what Worf's job is. That is from Twitter, which it may be gone now, I don't know. But I love that so much. Like, that made my day when I saw it.
Well, actually, that one's pretty easy. Worf's job is to be an early detection mechanism. It's, basically, he's like a human honeypot, or actually a Klingon honeypot.
That could be. You're reading notes.
That's how you know that you have an actual threat, is somebody beats the snot out of Worf.
That could be.
And they're like, oh, this is a credible threat. We might be able to do something about that.
That could be. Awesome. Okay, so why does the ship have no authentication, right? In the episode, the last episode of the first season, The Neutral Zone, this guy in the blue, he calls the captain at one point, because he's getting annoyed that the captain isn't talking to him, on the computer screen. And then the captain's like, who is this? Why are you talking to me? And then the guy's like, well, if you don't want people using it, you should put authentication on it. And the captain was basically like, we don't need authentication because we're future dwellers who don't need such trivialities. And that was a lie. Okay.
Wait, so what you're telling me is that we're still going to be running PasswordsCon in the 24th century.
Sadly, maybe. Well, no, there just aren't passwords, right? Passwordless. They solved it. They cracked it. It's fine. Okay, so now, is this relevant? That's the other thing I thought of. Is this Star Trek's from 1987, right? Like, what else is from 1987?
No.
That's from 1987. Like, that's how old this is, right? But it's very relevant even today in 2023, right? They have a primary focus on running an enterprise and no one knows how to secure it. They have generative, well done, generative AI, right? Now this one as well, in this episode, the blind man taught the robot to paint. So that's extra cool. Virtual reality, right? With
Was that
generative
paint
AI.
or hate? I couldn't hear what you know.
Paint. We have social networks. Additive manufacturing, right? 3D printing. They have those fancy replicators, which I would die for. Reusable launch vehicles. Like, it's relevant, completely relevant. Okay, now here's the meat of it. Here's where we start tabletopping our examples, and here's what we're going to talk about. So I'm starting with this one because I'm very proud of the title. So for Star Trek nerds, right? Yeah, you got to think about it for a second. So for Star Trek nerds, this episode has a supply chain attack, but it is the most convoluted, ridiculous attack in the history of the supply chain. So the guy there, that's Commander Data, for anyone who doesn't know, and the guy next to him is a fellow named Fajo. So Fajo wants to steal Data, and he creates this scenario that will bring Data to him. So there's a planet called Beta, and I can't pronounce any of this stuff correctly, so you like heckle away, man. So there's a planet called Beta Agni 2, which has the water contaminated with something called tricyanate.
Bless you.
Tricyanate has to be treated with something called hytrium. This is all very real, obviously.
Gesundheit.
And then hytridium. Thank you. See, this is why the heckling is important. Hytridium, but hytridium can't be transported. So the Enterprise,
Because plot.
because why not, right? Because your story is bad and no one wants to watch it. That's why. Like, so they can't transport it, so they have to move it in a shuttle. And they, of course, decide that the one-of-a-kind android they have on the ship should be the one to move it, because obviously, why not? And so this guy basically knocks Data out, puts his stuff, like the things he's made of, his bill of materials, as we would say, bill of materials, and then they put it in the shuttle explodes, and the Enterprise is like, oh no, Data's dead, what are we going to do now? And like, that's a pretty
Someone has
impressive
set us up the S-bomb.
What's that?
Someone has set us up the
They did set us
S-bomb.
up the S-bomb, that's right, they did. Okay, so now here's the other thing I did. This is the MITRE ATT&CK framework under lessons learned. So every one of these I apply MITRE ATT&CK framework to. And the data exfiltration over physical medium I thought was like chef's kiss. That was really, really good. And then obviously supply chain compromise. And then I have suggested mitigations for everything. Obviously you could fill your own in if you ever wanted to do something like this. And I have a lot of these, a lot of them to go through. So that's what we're going to do. We'll start at the beginning. I'm not going through them in order, okay? So Encounter at Farpoint. This is the first episode of Star Trek The Next Generation. It's not very good if you watch it, but that's okay. And they run into a guy named Q. Q is an omnipotent being in the Star Trek universe. He's not the first, he's probably not the last. And my favorite scene from this is when Q is like kind of giving them a hard time on the ship. Picard says, everyone should use printouts to communicate so their adversary can't detect what is being sent. And that amuses me to no end. That first of all, it's not the paperless office, so we escaped that travesty. But then, like, why would printouts be any better or worse than a screen? I don't know, whatever. And then they save the alien.
And that's a typical CEO move right there anyway,
Yeah,
right?
for
Just, I don't
sure.
want to read my
Absolutely.
email, just print my email for
Yes,
me?
yes, exactly, that's right, exactly. Okay, so I couldn't find anything about omnipotent threat actors. I couldn't map this one to anything. But there are more than one omnipotent threat actors in the Star Trek universe, so for anyone who likes it. Dr. Moriarty. So there are 2 episodes with this guy in them. He's a holodeck character that becomes self-aware and then takes over the ship. So this is why the holodeck needs sandboxing, because it obviously doesn't have any. They let him do it twice because they're not smart people. You'd think after the first time they do something, anything to solve this, but no, they never solve their problems. They had a really bad prompt engineer? That's true, probably. That's true. That's true, and he does technically beat Data, I suppose, if you look at it that way. That's a good point. I love it. Okay, now.
I mean, putting something in the backlog is doing something. It's just not effective.
That's true. They never got back to that epic, right? Yeah. Yes.
You can put it in my backlog. I'll get to it later.
Yes, okay, what did you say? He did fish him, yes. And so I actually ran out of, there's so much he does, and his attack is so brilliant, like I just basically stopped writing them down because I was going through the threat framework, or attack. But like, if you look at the way Moriarty actually attacks a ship, it is fascinating. The writers did a good job of detailing like good, real attacks and a brilliant threat actor. So this one, like specifically, I truly adore for like real honest to God security measures, right? And then for my suggested mitigations, obviously sandboxing is a big one, but then also I think like in the Star Trek field guide, they really need like so your starship has become self-aware. This happens more than once, right? This is not the first time or the last. It will keep happening. This one is one of my favorites. There's an early episode called Evolution. Wesley is doing a science experiment, and he doesn't clean up after himself, as no children ever do. And then his science experiment becomes life. Because, yeah, I mean, we've all seen our kids' rooms, right? That's not surprising at all. But then, my favorite part is they're trying to communicate with this unknown life form, and what do? They let it take over the robot so they can talk to it. Android, yes. You're the first one to correct me on that. Like, I was waiting for it.
It doesn't sound too different than some of the stories I've heard about Kevin Mitnick, actually, where you're like, oh, let's just, maybe we can talk to the guy on the system. You know?
It definitely feels like that, for sure. So yeah, they let the life form talk through the android. And so this one, I struggled with the attack framework. Like, is that a hardware addition if you have the life form, like, take over the robot? I don't know, maybe it is. You got Android, well done. Yes, thank you.
I think it's actually just a Microsoft update is what that is.
It could be. I mean, that's right. No, it installed too fast. It wasn't from Microsoft.
All right, yes.
So, like, internal spear phishing, I don't know. You figure you had an internal adversary that tricked them into doing something incredibly stupid. Of course, it then squandered its attack status, but that's okay. Is it software deployment? I don't know. But I think fundamentally, like, whatever the Android safety manual is, like, it's not very good. And I think this is definitely something they should cover because it happens again. I mean, all this stuff happens more than once. It's insane. Okay, this one is special for the Arrow. There is an episode called Brothers where Data suddenly, like, something happens to him. He takes over the ship. That's probably what Worf's email was about to Geordi. He takes over the ship and he locks the ship with a password, a pretty good password. That's his password on the screen right there. Like, that's not bad, right? That's not. I bet if you type that into your password prompt, it would say pretty good password, right? And so, like, this is one of the few times we actually see passwords show up in the Star Trek universe.
I think actually would say it needs a symbol and maybe a couple of letters.
It does not have, no.
Some lowercase?
Just long. We all know now. Long is better than symbols. It's fine. And he has number, he does have
yes, but that's not what the prompt would say.
Maybe. Okay, maybe. It depends which prompt. I won't argue.
Make your password worse to comply.
I think that's too long for bcrypt. I think bcrypt would actually truncate it at like half length.
Okay, so Jonathan just said it's too long for bcrypt, because bcrypt has a maximum of what, like 80 some characters or something, I think?
So. I mean, maybe it's not, but it looks like it's too long for bcrypt.
But now here's a question. So it says like 163. Does the computer treat that as a word, or does it turn the 1 into the numeral 1? I don't know. You, Star Trek heckler, what do you know?
I know nothing. Just like you.
So anyway.
So much longer than the self-destruct.
I mean, that's true, because those are usually like 3 characters long. Absolutely. And I should also add, as part of this, Data mimics the captain's voice. So obviously, this is one of those situations as well, that if you have an android on your ship, like maybe voice prompts aren't the answer to your security, because it turns out like they can abuse that. So like, this is where like, just if they bought everyone fucking YubiKeys, they could solve this problem. You know, like that would have totally, it'd solve a lot of their problems, honestly, if they did that. Maybe. I mean, they're obviously not
Sorry,
that
did
smart.
you say use the sensors to see who's speaking?
Yes.
Well, but unfortunately, that violates GDPR, which is why you can't find anybody on the Enterprise with a sensor, is because unless you've consented as a Starfleet officer, you have to have the sensors ignore that person.
Now, on that note, if they take off their communicator, they can't find them on the ship, and which is a hilarious plot point, because they can detect an alien spaceship light years away, but they can't find like the intern running around without his communicator on. So you gotta
that's that do not track setting.
That's right. Maybe. Yeah, that's right. Probably. That's what
Starfleet,
it looks like.
Starfleet regulations say you have to honor that.
I get it. Does Data have a robust.txt file? That is an excellent
You don't want to
question.
know where he keeps it.
Brilliant. Okay. I'm also very proud of this particular description, where there's an episode called The Best of Both Worlds. It's a two-parter. It's a very good two-parter. For those of us who lived through the Next Generation, They ended it on a cliffhanger, and we had to wait for the next season to come out before we knew if everything would go back to normal at the end, which it did, thank goodness. But so in this one, the Borg social media network, run by Mark Zuckerberg probably, they capture Captain Picard, and they wanted to use him as their spokesperson to convince humanity you should all become Borg. And so this is obviously like...
For the cool Android gadgets.
Yeah, oh, for sure, right? They got those cool
I'm pretty sure that is actually a Google product right there.
It might be. It might, that's right, exactly. Influencer, I like it, perfect. So in this case, we had, a competitor poach the senior leadership, and they gain access to their insider knowledge, which, what do you do in a situation like that? But then this one's a two-parter, because they put him back in charge literally the next day. Like, they got him back, and they're probably like, it's all fine, you can run the ship again, it's all good, right?
The hash checks out.
Yeah, it does,
Everything's back. There's no collision here.
That's right, in all of Star Trek, it's fine, it's all good. Okay, so what do we do? This one was fun to think about, because you've got the Borg gathering victim organizational information, right? They had to know Captain Picard was the one they wanted, because you can't just kidnap any random person off the street, you gotta get a good one.
He said a good one.
He would have messed it up for him. Like, the Borg would be gone if Wesley was there. Yeah. Trusted relationships, right? You've captured senior leadership. You're using it to convince them that they should come and help out. I like it. Transferring the data to the cloud account. Everything Picard knows, the Borg knows, which of course never comes up as a plot point ever again in the story, but why not? Yeah. And I say that they should rotate their credentials when an executive unexpectedly departs the organization, except there are no credentials to rotate, so it's fine. So think about that. No credentials, passwordless, solve that problem, right?
Wasn't Data using credentials in the last one?
That was just to lock the ship, right? That's right. Yeah, Data used the credentials in the last one to lock the ship. Not
That was
as
ransomware.
generals. That's right. Yes, he ransomed the ship. Exactly. Yes. I love it. Okay, this is another favorite I have. There's an episode called Birthright. This is a crossover with Deep Space Nine. Yep. And the episode itself isn't great, but it has this scene in it where they say they found this thing in a cave on a planet. And then they said, let's turn it on and see what happens. And Data stands directly in front of it when they turn it on.
In main engineering.
That's right, in main engineering, right next to the warp drive, exactly. Totally fine, everything's fine. This is normal. This
Turns
is Star
out
Trek.
there's a lot more similarities between a USB drive and a warp drive than you think.
Apparently, yeah, I like it. That's perfect. So they hook it up, Data gets zapped, and he dreams for the first time. This is the episode where Data learns to dream, which does create some interesting other storylines, and they're very good. But then, my favorite part is Data's like, I dreamt, and they're talking about it and trying to figure out what to do, and their solution was to do it again later. So they literally zapped the robot twice with a thing they found in a cave. Android, thank you. And I love that. I love that so much, right? So now you've got a hardware addition to the Android, maybe. I don't know. Replication through removable media. I would say that was removable media. Yes, maybe. I don't know. Could be. But I think mitigations, right? In the Star Trek officer manual, I would hope they have a chapter on like not turning on things you found in a cave, but they don't. What's that?
Restore from backups.
Yes, restore from backups. Well, actually, I don't know if I'll get to it because I have a lot of slides, but I've got that in there.
How many terabytes to backup data?
I don't know. That is covered at some point in the episode with the Vulcan ambassador. What's that? Yes, gigaquads, whatever that is. And you had a question, comment?
I was just saying, yeah, and they should have safety protocols for what should be turned on around the warp drive.
Yes, that's right. Safety protocols for what's turned on around the warp drive. I agree. That seems like it would be a good
I'm also
idea.
hearing they might want to migrate to Apple instead of Android.
Yes, I love it. All right, this is another good one. There's this. There we go.
That's on me.
Okay, so there's an early episode called Contagion, and there is a sister ship to the Enterprise. That's not the Enterprise in the upper picture. That's the Yamato, which looks just like the Enterprise.
Wait. I'm sorry. The
Yamato, they
like
call it, right? Yamato, right?
But like the space battleship Yamato?
Is there a space battleship Yamato?
This
I don't
is
know.
a Star Blazers thing. I was told this was a Star Trek talk. I wore the uniform and everything. I'm feeling a little ridiculous.
I didn't write this, all right?
Okay.
All right. So anyway, Yamato looks just like the Enterprise. I'm sure that cut down on the model budget. And it like all the systems are freaking out, the Enterprise finds them, and then it explodes. And then the Enterprise starts freaking out. And they downloaded their logs, and it turns out they downloaded some sort of malware when they downloaded the logs from the other ship. I mean, this is just classic air gap, right? I mean, come on. When you're downloading data from another ship that you know has been compromised in some meaningful way, you've got to air gap that stuff. And also, the robot catches it, because why not? Android. And I love it. Well done. I appreciate that. And then a Romulan ship catches it also. And then,
Every time he says Android, he has to take a shot.
yeah, he's going to be really drunk. The data comes up a lot. But then the solution to fixing everything was to turn it off and turn it back on again, which I was like just chef's kiss of IT.
It's the most realistic thing in the series.
I agree. Yes. How do you turn
Very
off your life
quickly.
support system in space? Yeah. No, it's fine. They lose life support multiple times. You've got a couple hours before everyone dies, probably. I don't know.
Take shallow breaths.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, lessons learned, right? Exploiting a public-facing application. I don't know. They use a scanner, maybe. I'm not sure. But there's definitely client execution on the ships, right? 100%. And again, air gap environment. Do your analysis. That's how it works. This episode, as binary code, yep, the Binars are the weird-looking people. This is a marvelous episode because the Binars are fixing the ship because they're binary people or something, and they can do it faster. And they, apparently, we found out at the end, their planet, which is a computer or something, the computer got wiped out by a supernova, I believe, and they needed to restore the backup. And so the Binars steal the ship and use the Enterprise as their USB drive to then go and fix the planet that they're from. And they also create some holodeck lady for Captain Riker. You look like you want to say something. Like, come on. Did I say Captain? Oh, Commander Riker. Ah, interesting. Well done. Good catch. See, this is why I need hecklers at these.
And this is why I need a trombone.
There is a trombone.
I'm sorry, your thesis is automatically incorrect because you said this was a good episode, but there's no beard.
I didn't say it was good. I didn't say it was
You
good.
said great, but there's no beard.
I didn't
So
say
it can't
good.
be great.
Okay, right, lessons learned. Exfiltration over alternative protocols. Is a Starship an alternative protocol? I don't know, maybe. We'll say that is. And obviously, like, you got to background check your contractors. Like, you'd think that the Federation would have been aware that the planet those people were from had just, like, collapsed. That feels like an important data point, right? This is another episode that I don't particularly care for, but it has a good lesson at the end for all of us. Wesley saves the day in this episode, which is very rare. This is the episode where he takes his communicator off and they can't find him as he's like sneaking around the ship. So Commander Riker brings back a game, and that's what the game looks like. It doesn't look, for 1980 whatever, that probably looked really cool. But now, like, if I showed that to my kids, they'd be like, Dad, I'm not playing this game. But Commander Riker brings back a game that like hooks everyone like a drug, and it gives them mind control. And they have to disable data because apparently it doesn't work on androids. And then Wesley saves the day with Ashley Judd. That is not a joke. And then they fix data, of course, because you have to do that. And this is one of those examples where maybe a knowledgeable insider could help if you have everyone turning evil at your corporation, right? Like, who knows? I don't know. But this one was good. You had phishing, right? You had someone tricked Commander Riker into clicking the button, essentially. You have removable media. They have to put this weird thing on their heads when they play the game. You've got impaired defenses, because the idea was the Enterprise would be taken over by this game, and then this inferior like group of people were going to come in and like take the Enterprise and probably sell it or something. And so obviously there were no defenses because all of the people were zombies. And my mitigation is my favorite part of this slide. And in fact, I moved this one up to here to make sure we got to it, right? Mind control tech, yearly phishing training, happens again, blame the users, right? That's pretty classic phishing training. Well done. All right, here's another title I'm very happy with. So, insertion of malicious data. This episode, there is this thing the ship finds. It's the weird thing in the middle picture. It's in a like snowball asteroid thing, comet, I don't know what you call it out in space. And they scan it, and of course, because the scanners are hooked up to everything with super user privileges, when they scan this thing, it takes over the ship, and it starts turning the ship into an ancient temple of some sort. And it, of course, takes Data over, because why wouldn't it? That seems very normal. And there are snakes on the ship, which makes, I love that part. Snake jazz. Yes, from Rick and Morty. Well done. Okay. So what do we have? Drive-by compromise? Yeah, I agree. Although they kind of went to it. I don't know if that counts as drive-by compromising. But then you've got tainted shared content, right? They scan the thing, it messes up the ship. And then again, I think this is a good section for, when something takes over the ship, what are we going to do about it? Add it to the manual. Yes?
On the previous issue, do you think better segmentation among the enterprise systems would have prevented this attack?
I mean, one would hope so. So the comment was, would better segmentation have prevented this attack? I would think so. They clearly have no segmentation. They have no privileges for any of the processes running, because things just take the ship over constantly. That is a good point. I do not have a slide about that.
Does the section about what to do include bringing Samuel L. Jackson onto the spaceship?
I was thinking that. That would have been epic. I should have put a picture in. But the comment prior to the marvelous interruption was, there is an episode where some of the characters become children, and they can't use the children's computer in the school to look up like ship schematics. But then Guinan saves the day by saying, show me a picture of the Enterprise. And then they get their picture of the Enterprise. ChatGPT, that's right. All right, Darmok, this is just a good episode. Anyone who watches Star Trek, you know this episode, it's marvelous.
Before you go too much further, would you mind if we just get a photo taken? Because I have to go
totally.
annoy other people for a little bit.
Good. Yeah, there's other people requested a guy in a Star Trek uniform. Fantastic. Awesome. You made my day. Thank you. Thank you so much. Elon when the Twitter fell. Oh my goodness. Okay, so this episode, oh my goodness, that's so good. Yes. Yes, right. Maybe. But yes, he points out, so this is a species that speaks in metaphors, and the thing they keep saying is Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra. But yes, the aliens are using English words to describe something we can't comprehend. They kidnap the captain, they fly they transport the two captains to the planet surface, and through the power of friendship, they learn to communicate, right? And it's like the real treasure was the friends we made along the way. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to think of this one. Is this phishing? Like, I don't know. How does that work? Obfuscation? Yeah, it could. But is it obfuscation? Because their intent wasn't to obfuscate.
Was it really an attack?
But I don't know. It's just good episodes, so I left it in. That's fair. That's true. That's true, right. The comment was you shouldn't have been able to transport them off in the first place. And but in Star Trek, they don't raise the shields as like a sign of goodwill. So there is that piece of it. So I don't know. I don't have a good mitigation. I just really like the episode, so I'm going to leave it in. All right, Times Arrow. This is one of my favorite episodes of Star Trek. It's a two-parter. I don't know if this one was a season jump. I don't remember anymore. It's been too long. But in Times Arrow, they find Data's head in San Francisco in a cave, because you find things in caves, obviously. They do also turn it on later, but that's part of the story. Then they end up traveling back in time, and they stop an alien stealing souls, and we find out Mark Twain's a giant asshole. And it's just a good episode all around. And then they take Data's old head and they put it on Data's body, and it's all very confusing, but it works fine, and so everything's cool. So this one, I thought about two controls here, right? You got user execution, where you have Mark Twain is, why did I put user? Oh, Mark Twain is, I don't remember why I wrote that down now. I didn't write a note for that. Anyway, whatever. But the native API, this one I like from Captain Picard. Captain Picard takes a little iron filing and he like taps out Morse code into Data's head while it's disconnected in a cave in San Francisco. And then Data wakes when they reattach the head. He wakes up, he's like, oh, don't shoot the planet because Captain Picard needs to come back to the future. And it was very amusing. And so anyway, the only mitigations I could think of is just like maybe add an asshole column to notable historical figures, because Mark Twain, he was not a nice guy. Fistful of Datas. This is a great episode. In this episode, they hook Data up to the computer, because that's a good idea. And then they say it's so he could be a backup in an emergency, except most of the computer emergencies are caused by Data, so I don't know why they would do that. And of course, nothing is going to go wrong if you hook the robot up to the computer, right? Well done. Right? Nothing could go wrong. And of course, Data then corrupts the computer's memory. He takes over the holodeck, and Worf and Worf's son and Deanna Troi, who's the ship's counselor, have to basically fight the Clancy gang from the Deadwood story, like Tombstone, the movie. Or, well, it's a real story, but it is an error in data replication. I put replication through removable media. I think defacement could classify here as one of the things. And then firmware corruption, probably. I mean, he corrupted all kinds of stuff on the ship. It wasn't just the holodeck. And then the only thing I can think of is like they need a sign or something that's like, don't hook the freaking robot up to the ship. Disabling the USB slots, that's right. I love it. Perfect. Exactly that. 100%. Okay, The Naked Now. This is another good one. Everyone gets drunk, because why not? It's some alien disease or something, and they don't ever explain what it is. This one's also from the original series. This is a tie-together episode. Wesley takes over the ship. This is the first episode where the intern takes over the ship, which I'm very impressed by. His mom, the doctor, fixes everything, and then Wesley saves the day, but he saves the day from the problem he created. Because what happens is there's a picture here where first there's Wesley on the big screen. Wesley tells everyone from engineering they should leave, and he'll take care of things. And they're all drunk and stupid, so they do it. I mean, they probably would have done it anyway if they weren't drunk and stupid, because they're still stupid. Wesley, what's that?
From the first episode, original, right?
Yes. Funny water. Yup. Yeah, it's kind of water, whatever. Anyway, okay, Wesley takes over the ship, right? He's in engineering, he takes over the ship, everyone's mad at him, but then he lets in the guy over there sitting on the floor, who was one of the engineers, and they pull out all the computer chips and their computer, which is totally Wesley's fault. And that's why the ship can't move, which is why they're going to get hit by like the big piece of planet that's flying at the ship, right? So we've got trusted relationships. They trusted Wesley, even though they shouldn't have, and they should know better than to do that. You can't do a system recovery because all the computer chips are pulled out of the computer. I mean, now, obviously, that seems ridiculous to us, because why would you have individual slots, but whatever. Firmware corruption, maybe if you remove memory, is that corruption? I don't know, maybe not. And there's no door to engineering. Just like put a frickin' door on engineering, and don't let the intern in. That's not that hard to do. What's that? Physical access controls, exactly. The physical access controls in the Enterprise are terrible. All their security is terrible. If there wasn't, I wouldn't have a good talk to give. So anyway. Allegiance. This is one where Captain Picard is replaced by an alien duplicate. If someone replaced your CEO with a duplicate, would you know? I'm betting most of us wouldn't. It'd be an improvement. Okay, moving on. So this is trusted relationships. Obviously, you have an attacker abusing trust, for sure. And for mitigations, like I left this one in because I don't think there's any mitigations for this one. I think it worked as expected. So over the course of all of this happening, the crew figures out something's wrong. And they're like, something's up, like something's wrong with the captain. And that's perfect. Like everything works exactly the way it's supposed to work. It's marvelous. What do you mean, what? What? You don't think it worked as well? I mean, this is one of the few ones where they don't completely screw everything up.
I mean, they should have cut on a little faster.
Well, but then the episode would be too short, and the network would tell them you can't do that. I mean, this is how TV writing works. You have to fill that in. So actually, fun fact for all you Star Trek nerds, Michael Piller is one of the writers on Star Trek. And when they show the people in like a turbo lift or walking down a hallway and they like have some weird banter, they call that Piller filler. And he apparently was a very good writer at adding like just nothing to get that extra, 10 or 25 or 30 seconds they needed for the network. That way they had exactly the right amount of time for the show. I watch a lot of Star Trek stuff. So anyway, all right, Data lore. I love this one. Data has an evil twin, right? We should all have evil twins. Data, not lore. And this episode is the one where Picard says, "Shut up, Wesley," which I know Will Wheaton doesn't like that, but I think it's hilarious. And I love Wesley Crusher. When I was a kid, he was like totally my hero. I was like, Wesley Crusher was it. I'd be Wesley Crusher in a second. But this is a good example where you've got the intern is complaining, saying something's wrong. This isn't data. This is probably his like lying weird brother, and it was. So I don't know. Is that phishing? Maybe, maybe not. You know, but again, this is kind of where, how do we solve this? Like, if they had passwords, maybe the lore wouldn't have known the passwords. Do androids have biometrics? I don't know. Maybe. What's that? MAC address. Right, the MAC address of your Android. Like, who knows what that is? What was that? A private key? Maybe, maybe. That's true. I bet Androids have lots of private keys. Yes?
This is the problem. You don't have executive buy-in to your plan.
That's true. If you don't have executive buy-in. I agree. Shut up, Wesley. Yeah. All right, conundrum. This is the one with backups. So in this one, something happens as all Star Trek episodes begin, and everyone wakes up and no one can remember anything. They know how to run the ship. The ship has enough functionality it can like move and shoot things, but no one knows what's going on. And this weird guy here appears out of nowhere. He's McDuff. He's the second in command all of a sudden. And as viewers, we're like, what's going on? We don't know what's happening. Where did this person come from? And it turns out there's an alien that doesn't have the firepower to wipe out their adversaries, but apparently does have the technology to take over a starship, which seems strange, but whatever. And apparently they pick the Enterprise to take care of. And part of this is the logs they can read say they're on a secret mission and they can't tell anyone what's going on or ask questions or like phone back home to Starfleet and be like, hey, like no one remembers anything. Maybe we shouldn't like go blow this planet up. And their instructions are to go blow a planet up, right? A planet that's like hilariously underpowered compared to them. Okay, so lessons learned, right? I was thinking search open websites and domains, like how did these people figure out what's up with the Enterprise? I'm impressed. They were able to take over all of the memory. The disk is wiped, but only part of it. So we have a disk wipe. There's no way to recover the system because the backups don't work apparently. I don't know how that works. Like they should assign their backups or something. Like this is a great example. If they don't have SigStore, like SigStore is not working in the future, obviously. Or maybe document something. Have you tried writing it down? Because they didn't know who was who on the ship. And so like who's the captain, who's the first officer, who's who? And eventually they unlock that secret part of the computer. But it's like, you think you could hang up like a freaking picture maybe or something on the wall that's like, that's the captain and here's the senior officers, everyone. Isn't that neat? But no, not in Star Trek. Org charts, that's right. Yeah, like maybe, although paperless office, I don't know, whatever, doesn't matter. All right, disaster. This one, there is an accident on the ship and they plug Data's head into the ship to fix it. And it works. Data doesn't screw everything up in this episode. But it's very amusing because in this episode, Data has to stop some like energy field across two walls and he uses his body to do it and then it's only his head and the very realistic special effects of Data's head sitting on a table is then used, like 1987's finest. And so it's an accident, not an attack. I put it in though because it's one example where they hook him up to the ship and it actually works. And I don't know, I feel like this one could be fun to tabletop a disaster in a similar way. Because when we do tabletop exercises as security people, we love to focus on the technical details. We don't always focus on some of the disaster and the recovery aspects of it. And so anyway, that's just my thought. That's like,
Why don't they have time to simulate doing a simulation when they're dealing with legitimate disasters on a daily basis?
you'd think so. So the question was, how do they have time? Why don't they have time for simulations when like everything is constantly broken all the time? I don't know. I mean, yeah.
That does map to normal technical life in our...
I mean, that's probably fair. Okay, that's fair. It's easy to pick on that, but you're right. Because in many of us say we should do this, and then we never do. And that's basically the lesson of Starfleet, I think.
And what is in the volume of Data's body? That all the computing is...
Yeah, right. Yeah, just the head is fine. I don't know. I think it's
like just gears?
It's called storytelling, I think. we needed to move the story along. This is another good one. Does your threat model include the devil, like the literal devil? The devil takes over the Enterprise in the episode Devil's Due. But then Captain Picard bests the devil, because of course he does. And so this one's interesting because the devil makes the ship disappear, but not really. Only tricks the sensors. And then there's a sham trial where Captain Picard, this is very reminiscent of the original series where like Captain Kirk using his like ability to speak and his force of will overcomes the adversary with words alone. But anyway, the people are truly morons. So this one, I think, was really good from the attack perspective, because the attacker had to gather information about the planet they were taking over. Because on this planet, they had a legend that the devil saved them and would come back someday to claim their prize. And so this person shows up, pretends to be the devil to claim their planet. And then, of course, all the people on it are like, oh, of course we owe the planet to the devil, because, I mean, before COVID, I'd have been like, no way would that happen. But now I'm like, that might happen. So just saying, if you look at the way people act, right? You had some resource hijacking in this one. And of course, I think the best precaution would be to carry a fiddle on any devil-related away mission, right? For the young people probably have no idea what that means. Look it up. Cause and effect. This one has a time loop, right? Log4j is what that one kind of feels like. They just keep repeating the same thing over and over again. It's a marvelous episode. I don't think there's anything in MITRE ATT&CK for time loops, and there's no mitigations. It's just a really good episode, so I left it in. Night Terrors, No One Could Dream. I've got 1 minute, so I'm going to hurry up. And there's more slides than this. There's like 77, we're on slide 64. But there's a link at the beginning, so you too can play along at home later. But anyway, Night Terrors, No One Could Dream. They totally denied service to all the people on the ship. Then they all kind of went crazy, because you had an alien species actively scanning the dream world or whatever, and they were looking for someone to help them. They did find it, and everything went back to normal at the end, so it worked out well. And then Data's Day is where I'll end. This is one where Data says how much capacity he has, but I don't remember what it is. And it's got, it's a story about these two people getting married, the O'Briens. Data gives away the bride. There's dancing, and there's a Vulcan ambassador who's actually Romulan, haha. That's how it works. And I think this is a good example of when there is an accident, you need to investigate it properly, because they kind of didn't do a good job the first time, and then they went back later and like, oh, we missed a bunch of stuff. We get it now. And that's when the Romulans were like, oh, haha, it was one of us. All right, I'm out of time. There's a few more slides. Don't sweat it. Look the presentation up on the internet. You too can look at my deck, change it, have fun with it. This has been a treat. Thank you so much, everyone. It's been a blast. Thank you. It was tons of fun. That was good. It got better. It got better once I got past the amount of tequila you had in it. Yeah. What's that?
Put the link up.
It's on the front of the. Oh, it's. Oh, I got you. All right. Okay, it's easy, and you can just. I'll put it on Mastodon. I'm on Mastodon. Josh Presser's on InfoSec Exchange. That's a lot of slides. That one. Tiny URL TNG-Hunter2. Okay, that's off. There you go. Thank you very much. And what else?